Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here for storm coverage this evening. The Storm Prediction Center did, in fact, upgrade to a moderate risk for severe weather in portions of Nebraska and Kansas. And things are just now kind of getting going here. We've got numerous tornado watches just posted. One goes until 9 o'clock, another one goes all the way until 11 o'clock. And so yeah, that's right now. It's things are starting to get active here. So we've got several tornado watches that go on until 9 o'clock as well as 11 o'clock. But it does appear that we've got just like literally as I'm just now coming online, a tornado warning that just got issued. So let me take these severe weather threats off so you can actually see what I'm looking at here. All right, so let's go over to the tornado warning that literally just got issued. This is an observed tornado, so we're just literally getting right to it. So we have an observed tornado that is on the ground right now into portions. If you live in northwestern Phillips County and north central Kansas, as well as southwestern Harlan County and south central Nebraska, there was a confirmed tornado at 4:57 as of 3 minutes ago. That was a confirmed by spotters on the ground by Hastings and around Hastings National Weather Service that was located near Stamford, or 22 miles northeast of Norton. So 22 miles northeast of Norton. That movement is 15 miles an hour. So if you live in that vicinity, you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as we have a confirmed tornado that has just touched down as of 3 minutes ago. And this goes on until the next 30 minutes. So we're just now coming on live here. It's got some golf ball size hail, and it's already producing a tornado with this activity. So let me look at the velocity view on this particular storm motion. And you can definitely see it's starting to wind up here. So let me split the screen. All right, so here we go. So here, we got a tornado that's on the ground right now. This is moving east southeast. You can see some of the hailstones that have fallen with this activity. For, anywhere from golf ball to upwards to ping pong size hail. But right now, if you're just now tuning in, we already have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground near the Stamford area, moving east about 15 miles an hour here. So let me just kind of get my bearings straight. We literally just came on live, and there was a tornado warning that literally just popped up. And unfortunately, it was one that's actually on the ground already. So things are starting to get active. You can see the activity, all those purple shaded areas in and around the Stamford area. So let's zoom in, and you can actually see on the velocity view just south of Stamford there, just south of Highway 89. That is a tornado that is on the ground currently right now, observed by spotters, that it's moving east northeast about 15 miles east southeast about 15 miles an hour. Let me pull that. All right. So what we're looking at here is our first observed tornado that's on the ground right now in and around the Stamford area. So this is a dangerous situation. You need to be in your safe zone within this zone immediately of this confirmed tornado that is on the ground currently. You can see it's moving, essentially moving kind of east southeast there, just south of Highway 89, south of the Stamford area. This does include portions. Let me kind of read this again because it expires in another 26 minutes. This is for northwestern Phillips County and north central Kansas. So northwestern Phillips County and north central Kansas, in and around southwestern Harlan County and south central Nebraska. This has been a confirmed tornado that was near the Stanford area. This is near the Stanford area, or 22 miles northeast of Norton, moving east at 15 miles an hour. This is a damaging tornado. So if you're in the path of this storm, and areas that are in the storm are kind of rural areas out there in northwestern Phillips and southwestern Harlan counties, you do need to be in your safe zone, as this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. And you can follow some of my updates as well on my Twitter feed. So you can let me get you my Twitter handle, so you can follow me there. How's it going, everybody out there? Sorry, we usually get a little bit of a kind of a lead in to this event. I was live for like 30 seconds, and then we had a confirmed tornado on the ground here. So yeah, you can click on my Twitter feed. You can follow all my Twitter reports. I'll be tweeting any watches and warnings that are happening currently right now. But we're looking at this. Let's put the movement on. This is moving literally just kind of south of the Highway 89 there. That's your confirmed tornado on the ground, moving south of Highway 89, south of Stanford, south of Flynn Junction there. And it's heading towards just kind of north of the Woodruff area off Highway 89 there. So this is a dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground at the moment. So anybody that's in the path needs to be in their safe zone immediately, as this has been confirmed by spotters. And also, we've got some damaging hail as well. So any vehicle that's parked outside in this environment, it's producing some golf ball size hail, some ping pong size hail. This tornado watch that goes on till 9 o'clock, in some areas until 11 o'clock, has the capability of tonight of producing some 3-inch diameter hail. So this is a dangerous night. They did in fact upgrade it to a moderate risk for severe weather and a 15% hatched risk. So that basically implies you have about a 15% probability within the kind of the zone of Nebraska, as southeastern Nebraska, northwest Kansas there, possibly seeing a tornado tonight. So it is a moderate risk for severe weather that extends going on to about 11 o'clock time frame. So the next 6 hours could be pretty bumpy in these areas. So that's why we're doing live storm coverage to keep you as safe as possible out there, so you can stay well ahead of these storms and be in your safe zone. So, but you can see the boundary here is starting to light up. So we've got a lot of activity. If we zoom out, we've got numerous watches and warnings happening currently right now with that one confirmed tornado that is on the ground. So if we do zoom out on this zone here, you can see this is Highway Interstate 80 here, and this is south of McCook. So this is where southeast of McCook and north of Norton, this is where the confirmed tornado is on the ground right now. So we've got a dangerous situation tonight. We've got a very dynamic low-level jet pulling in with the active dry line. We've got a lot of lift. We got a lot of shear in the atmosphere. A lot of the dynamics are really coming together, saying, hey, we've got all the ingredients to produce, damaging winds upwards to possibly 75 mile per hour at times. And there's even some indications where you could get some bow segments. We're hitting parameters upwards to possibly 90 mile per hour, isolated straight line winds later on this evening. So all this could turn into a nasty squall line into the overnight hours and be a damaging straight line bow segment setup into the overnight hours. But right now, we're mainly concerned about these little discrete isolated supercells are starting to pop up. And some of these have turned severe, and some of them have turned tornadic as well. So let's take a look at this other severe thunderstorm that's producing within that zone, that's producing some 2-inch diameter hails. These are for people at 454, located right near the Stanford area, 21 miles northeast of Norton, moving eastbound about 20 miles an hour. This does have, in fact, some ping pong size hail to it, some 60 mile per hour winds. So locations in its path are going to be the Beaver City area, the Orleans area, the Stanford area, the Long Island and Hollinger area, within northwestern Phillips and southeastern Furnace and southwestern Harlan counties. They're in Nebraska there. So this is a dangerous setup tonight. So you need to be weather aware, especially if you live in this zone, because again, it's going to be a pretty bumpy ride over the next 6 hours. So we're going to be right here with you every step of the way to keep you as safe as possible, to keep you ahead of the storm. So you'll get real-time updates whenever there's a warning issue, or possibly even before, showing some sort of rotation within the atmosphere. So I do expect a busy night ahead, unfortunately, as a lot of the dynamics are really coming together right here into the Central Plains of a severe weather threat tonight. So the atmosphere is capable. I mean, this, you always kind of forecast for the potentials. So the atmosphere is capable tonight, producing some of that 3-inch diameter hail. Some soundings have actually gone up to 4-inch. So that's, a possibility. It doesn't say it's going to happen, but the atmosphere does call for that. So if a lot of the ingredients do come together right at the right time, it can produce up to a potential 4-inch hailstone in this type of environment. I mean, typically to get something like that, you would have to have cloud tops, upwards to 45, 50, even upwards to possibly 52, 53,000 feet up in the atmosphere. That's what we're talking about tonight. So when you have something of that type of dynamics, you can always be concerned about some of that golf ball, baseball, and even potential up to grapefruit type potential size hail. And yes, we are looking at possible tornadoes within this sector, and you can't rule out a few of those could be on the strong side, that EF2 type variety, particular tornado that could unfold. So right now, we do have that tornado warning that still has that observed tornado that's been on the ground ever since we started for about the last 10 minutes. So we're talking about flying debris can be dangerous. If you're caught outside in this particular environment, you need to be in your lowest level of the home, surrounded by all walls as possible, away from any windows if possible, away from any flying debris. Typically in tornadic activity, the most injuries occur, the most potential life-threatening occurs of flying debris. It's, obviously when you get these winds cranking up really high, you don't know what's going to be flying up in the atmosphere, and anything, like a straw or a piece of wood. I mean, anything can be deadly or could do serious damage in that particular environment, flying at you at 100 miles an hour. So that's the concern tonight. So that's why we're doing live coverage with this particular setup, as unfortunately April is ending active. And man, I was just looking at some of the soundings and some of the model data before I came on live here, really over the next 10 days. And historically, this is historically, this is Nebraska. So with this, if I zoom out, so we can zoom out here. So we're talking about Nebraska here. This is Nebraska, and this is Kansas, right? So we have, let me kind of go back. Let me kind of do a recap here of this setup tonight. So here's your tornado watches. So, all right. So now we just have, they just extended this. All right. So they literally just extended this all the way down into the Oklahoma City area, reaching into to the Red River. So this is a brand new tornado watch they just issued. This is for Oklahoma. So this is a brand new tornado watch that was issued at 5 o'clock. This is for southwestern, central, and northern Oklahoma. This goes on until midnight. Within this sector, we could be looking at a few tornadoes that are likely, with a couple intense tornadoes, right? This is the wording from the Storm Prediction Center. Possible with scattered large hail, isolated very large hail events to 5. Oh my gosh, 5. That is not a misprint, guys. 5 inches in diameter is possibly likely with this particular setup. Wow. So I was looking at some of the soundings. It looked like the cap was going to hold this. That was this morning. But obviously, with this tornado watch that just got issued like this, that's pretty significant, guys. So we're talking about isolated supercells are expected to develop and move away from the dry line over the remainder of the afternoon. Any sustained storm that could offer tornadoes, potentially significant tornadoes of an EF2 type or greater potential, with very large hail and locally severe gust. I mean, look at this. That's 5 inches in diameter, guys. That's basically grapefruit size. That would go through your car window. That would do some serious damage to your home. If you remember the Salado storm that unfolded maybe 2 weeks ago, if you saw that a picture on my Twitter feed, there was the size of somebody's hand. That stone was 5.6 inches. This type of environment, the Storm Prediction Center is talking about, has the potential to produce 5-inch diameter hail, almost up to that criteria tonight. So that's that is a serious situation that is unfolding as we speak. So you need to be able to like this video and share it with your friends and family, that we got storm coverage unfolding this evening for really the duration of the event through 12 o'clock time frame of this nasty setup that's into tonight. And that's just the Oklahoma area. So this is the one that was issued earlier for Kansas. We're talking about a few tornadoes, a couple of intense tornadoes. So they all mention a few and a couple of intense tornadoes. This one has up to 3-inch diameter hail that goes up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So some pretty significant threats tonight. And all these areas in yellow here, this is under the tornado watch in eastern Kansas and southeastern Nebraska. So this is where everything is currently right now in eastern Kansas and southeastern Nebraska. That's where they've had that confirmed tornado already, and already have reports of, quarter size, some golf ball, and we've already had some reports of ping pong size hail already. So damaging winds are going to be a great concern tonight. Right now, within this discrete supercell setup over the next several hours, the main concern is this very large hail. Some very large hail in this particular environment, upwards to 3 to possibly 5 inches. That's what the Storm Prediction Center is kind of, potentially forecasting of the potential within the atmosphere with this setup. So yes, this is a significant event. This is very dangerous. That will do some serious damage to really anything that's in its harm's way. So you don't need to be caught out in this environment. So for the next 6 hours, we're going to be highlighting this area of the country in and around southeastern Nebraska here. We're talking northern Kansas, central Kansas, through Wichita, through Topeka, through Lincoln, Nebraska, into St. Paul, going through Norton, into Hastings here, into Lexington. You can see if we zoom in, we've already seen this is the hailstones that have fallen just in the last 30 minutes or so. And look, some of these are reports of 1 inch to 1.5 inches, some 2-inch diameter hail. You get up here towards Minden, you're talking 2.75. So that's now we're getting up to possibly tennis ball size hail, right? So that would be significant damage. Tennis ball size hail can crack your windshield. No question at all. And if you do happen to get some of those, 4 and 5-inch hailstones, that's going to go through your windshield, and that could cause serious problems. With something like that, guys, when you're talking about softball size hail or greater, that's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of upwards to 50,000 feet, maybe even a little higher up in the atmosphere. It's got a lot of room to fall. So something like that is going to be traveling anywhere from probably 100 to possibly 110 miles an hour from the atmosphere. Obviously, that would do serious damage to whatever that may hit. So you do not need to be out in that type situation. It's one of those types tonight. If you're coming home this evening from, say, rush hour traffic, if at all possible, if you live in this area within the tornado watch, you just need to head home. That would be your safe bet tonight. Just cancel the rest of your evening and take the safe bet and head home and hunker down for the next 6 hours and just kind of wait for this to pass, because all this is going to pass tomorrow and things are going to be great. But that will be your safest bet tonight. If at all possible, if you are heading home this evening from work, if you're just kind of getting off work, if you're in rush hour traffic right now, if all possible, maybe skip your outdoor, skip your dinner plans, maybe cancel the soccer game, or whatever you might have else planned for this evening. Your safest bet would, just to go home and stay home for the next 6 hours, because tomorrow is going to be a nice day, and that would secure yourself, and then you can protect yourself and get yourself out of harm's way and get in your safe zone when they do have these warnings issued. And you can be in your safe zone for those 20 or 30 minutes, while the storm passes. So, but right now, the main concern is the very large hail that unfolding right now. Right now, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up into a severe thunderstorm that was located over Woodruff, or 19 miles north of Phillipsburg, or moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. This is from the National Weather Service in Hastings, Nebraska. So again, we're talking about southeastern Nebraska tonight. We're talking about northern and central Kansas, and we're talking about down further into Oklahoma. So I don't think the Oklahoma threat is going to be until later on this evening. So I think everything's originating right now off the dry line, ahead of the cold front, along the triple point where this surface low is. So everything's pretty much right here in southeastern Nebraska into northern Kansas here, and this is where it's all going to come to fruition. And you can kind of see the shape of what it's going to turn into later on this evening. This one expires at 9, the central one expires at 11, and the southern flank expires about midnight time frame. So that just kind of gives you an idea. And this is really highlighting the same areas where the Storm Prediction Center had its risk tonight. So let me just kind of show you what was forecasted earlier with this particular setup tonight. If we put the bullseye on here, this is the upgrade from earlier. So you look, I mean, this is the moderate risk right here into Topeka, into Manhattan, into Lincoln, heading into Hastings. This is exactly where the tornado watch is. So this is the moderate risk for severe weather. This is also a 15% chance of seeing a tornado tonight within this zone, but it's also a 45% chance of seeing some of those 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. So that's more than half of you that could possibly see within this zone of seeing some of those 70 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts later on tonight with this setup. And about 15 to 30% of you could see some of that golf ball size hail or potentially greater within this zone. So it's definitely a significant risk, no question about it. And then the enhanced risk just really kind of expands again along the same areas of this tornado watch. And you can see the marginal risk extends all the way into portions of northern Texas here. But we do have, you go further south, and that's why they didn't extend this even further, didn't include parts of Texas, because this is a very stout cap over North Texas at the moment. It would take something fairly incredible to break this cap. So, the Storm Prediction Center had, just on the safe side, kept this under the marginal risk. So just in case these things form later on this evening and they start to back build and form along the dry line here, and they build southward into the overnight hours, if it's enough to break the cap, then some of those could turn severe. And so that's why they did the cautionary measure and kept the portions of northern Texas, say Denton to Gainesville to Sherman to Wichita Falls, into that marginal risk, just in case, on the slight instincts that the cap can poke some holes in these areas, that some of these could turn severe quickly and be large hail producers. But right now it's not technically really forecasted to. It's just kind of a precautionary measure. They went ahead and included those areas. But yes, the main concern tonight is going to be within this, if we really zoom out and kind of just give you the big picture, right? So a lot of people are kind of tuning in at different times. So if you're just now tuning in, the main focus this evening is right where we do have that moderate risk and that enhanced risk for severe weather as we're watching along the dry line here. It's a very active dry line. We have a sharp deviation and the dew points right now, and then there's a lot of dry air just out to the west. So there's a sharp gradient that we're working with at the moment. So that kind of gives you an update and kind of a highlight on everything and where we stand for. And I can take these colors off so you can kind of see where we're at. So they went ahead and let that that tornado warning did expire. They went ahead and let that expire, but we did have our first confirmed tornado that was on the ground. Looks like for a good 10 minutes there, earlier. So that's one, guys. So that's definitely one already that has been confirmed. Okay, so I'm actually looking at it right now. So I'm going to retweet this tweet of this tornado. It does appear it was fairly rural. I'm sure there's probably homes out there sporadically through the country there, but it definitely looked like it was in kind of a more rural area out there into Nebraska. But yes, no question, that was a confirmed tornado that was on the ground earlier for about a good 10, 12-minute time frame. So, wow. Yeah, so the official wording from the National Weather Service is in Oklahoma is a few tornadoes likely and scattered hail up to DVD size likely. You don't see that very often, guys. I mean, a DVD size is upward to about 4.5 inches. That would be almost right there, almost off the chart. The chart doesn't actually go any higher than that. Anything more than that is very rare. To get a 5-inch hailstone, it just doesn't happen very often, right? So, I mean, this is a dangerous setup tonight. They're forecasting scattered hail up to 4.5 inch. Basically DVD. I mean, a lot of people know what a DVD size is, right? I mean, imagine a hailstone. Imagine a hailstone falling about 50,000 feet up in the atmosphere and traveling about 100, 110 miles an hour. Imagine what kind of damage that would do in and around the Oklahoma City area. So it doesn't say that's guaranteed to happen. All it basically says is the atmosphere has the potential. So if a lot of the ingredients come together tonight and it just hits just right, then yes, the atmosphere does in fact say, hey, we can get up to DVD size potential tonight within this area. So, all right, so we have yet another tornado warning that just got issued. So we have a brand new tornado warning in the Nebraska area. So this is a brand new tornado warning. So let me get the specs on this particular setup. All right, so this is for Minden, Nebraska, as well as Keene. So this is Minden and Keene, Nebraska. This is a radar confirmed tornado. This is not confirmed by storm spotters. This is just confirmed by radar, but it does include some 2-inch diameter hail with this particular event. And let me look the velocity view on this. Okay, so this is why they issued it right here in and around the Keene area. So you can see these colors of separation. That's where the air is going away and from the radar beam. That's typically showing signs of rotation within that atmosphere. So this is a radar confirmed tornado right now. We've got, obviously, with the moderate risk in play, we've got a lot of storm spotters on this. This is not one of those events tonight where it's a maybe, it's a conditional, it's a slight risk, and it may happen, and there's not many storm spotters. I can tell you there's a lot. There's a lot of guys out there out in the field, and they're really centered out over where that moderate risk and where things are popping right now. So we're going to get some confirmation on these probably fairly quickly if it does in fact produce a lowering of that funnel. If any type of funnel that does form, there's at least enough out there out in the field into the open areas out here into Nebraska and a lot of the rural areas. There's a lot of them out there. So there's a lot of eyes on tonight, talking about this event, looking at radar data, a lot of numerous National Weather Service. When you have a moderate risk like this, it's like all hands on deck. You got a lot more people than you normally would because the atmosphere is favorable for severe weather. So, but right now we're just watching this particular setup as we're watching some of these greens starting to bubble up, right? We're starting to get more of these. So that's typically a sign that it's showing, greater rotation within this area. So we just have to be concerned, as this continues to move across, it doesn't kind of tighten up, right? It doesn't like maybe just tighten, congeal together, and get kind of wound up, and be able to lower down to the surface here. Yeah, so I've got the correlation coefficient on, so I'm trying to see if there's any like this kind of gives you a sign of possibly any type of debris that might be lifted up in the atmosphere within this setup, any lofting type of debris, in and around the Keene area. So we're starting to see subtle signs of that. Nothing, like terribly too concerning, but definitely this is an area of focus here tonight that could be, trying to lower, as we speak. So you got to take any warning serious in this particular environment because a lot of the dynamics are just, really ripe tonight for tornadoes, and some of those could be, strong tornadoes, at that. But it's got some pretty significant hail. That's no question. I mean, that's there's a lot of cold air aloft with this particular setup. There's a lot of low level shear. There's a lot of updrafts. Cape values are 2,500 to 4,000 range. That's fairly significant. That's upwards to 2.5 to possibly up to 4 times normal what you would need for a severe thunderstorm. So you get into the 3 and 4,000 range. That's why they have the potential of that golf ball to baseball to upwards to possibly DVD type size hailstones. That's what that environment calls for. And since there's a lot of shear in the atmosphere, the areas are going to be rotating at different heights, and that's where the areas that could be producing the spin in the atmosphere and create that tornado. And some of these could be on the strong side. So if they do happen to kind of spin up, and you can actually see it's trying to form this kind of the V shape. This is what you don't want to see, right? This is an indication of these winds trying to kind of merge together. You always look on the southwest quadrant of these particular cells, and that's where these winds are trying to bow out on the south side, and they're coming inward and they're trying to wrap around the center. So this is always a sign that this storm is possibly strengthening as we speak. Just on the south side, they are into Keene. So right now we are watching this tornado warning currently right now. This is a radar indicated tornado. It's not confirmed, but we are definitely watching signs of rotation, no question, within this particular cell. Let me put the velocity view. So how's everybody going out there? Yeah, so this is the area right here. This is the area that we're really concerned about over the Keene area. This is south of Minden. This is moving, east around 30 miles an hour here. This is Highway 10. So this is into Minden, Nebraska, as well as Keene, Nebraska here. This is where they do, in fact, have that moderate risk in place for very large hail and some tornadic activity tonight. Hey, Tiffany, how are you doing? Hey, Stormy, thanks for coming on with me. Hey, Jade. Yeah, I'm starting to see some regular names I normally see on here. Hey, Shelly, I live close to this area. Yeah, definitely be on high alert, Shelly, tonight. This is a dangerous setup, so we'll get you through this. It's just going to be a little bumpy for the next couple hours. Oh, 163, is that what it is? Tornado watch 163. Okay, 159 parts of Oklahoma. Wow, DVD size hail. Woo. Right now, he's covering the bad weather in the plain states. Yes, yeah. So right now, we're mainly focused tonight. There's going to be severe weather for the next 14 days. I mean, it's just very active. There's no question. So we'll take this day by day. Right now, this is a greater concern tonight, with a moderate risk and an enhanced risk over such a large area over Nebraska into Kansas. And this does include parts of Missouri. So I don't want to leave you guys left out, as this will continue through the evening hours. It does include parts of the Missouri area. So you're not getting impacted right now, but I think you will later on this evening. But as this does kind of wind down, this all just kind of moves off to the east. So by the time we get into, say, tomorrow morning time frame, it's probably going to be right here. That's kind of gives you an idea of where it is now and where it could possibly go. So there's going to be a kind of a northern section, and then there's going to be a south section too, that we have a cold front, in and around. It'll go through North Texas, say around 6 o'clock in the morning, and this cold front will stall somewhere around into central Texas into tomorrow afternoon. Okay. And so, with this time of year, these cold fronts don't have much movement to them. They don't have much push. You're going into May, right? So once the cold front pushes, then by Sunday, it moves back up as a warm front. So you get these pinwheel effects. So you get the cool front that comes through Dallas, and you get the warm front that comes through Dallas again. Tomorrow, you're going into you through Saturday, and then it'll come back as a warm front on Sunday. So yes, but right now we're highlighting the severe threat over the plains tonight that'll Fishtown all the way down into portions right along the Red River here. This is for tonight, and this will shift eastward through the overnight hours, and then set up somewhere around here where they do have a slight risk for severe weather that could even be upgraded, to an enhanced risk as we get closer to this event tomorrow, because it looks to hit around peak heating into tomorrow afternoon, in and around the Illinois area, in and around the Indiana area, with more severe weather for them. And then as we go into Sunday, it's just very active, guys. We have another setup that's going to be setting up over West Texas. So we have another short wave that's coming in off the northwest. That's going to create more instability out here in West Texas. This atmosphere has been extremely untapped. They've been very dry lately. So the atmosphere is going to be prime. And I'm looking at some of the soundings before I came on live here. This does have every indications of it being an enhanced risk day out here in West Texas, right? And so this will push into Dallas into the evening hours on Sunday, kind of like in a weakened state. But then there's going to be another disturbance coming in through Monday. So it just goes on. And then Monday could be a really significant threat for Oklahoma again and North Texas. So, and it just goes in until Tuesday. So, and it goes all the way through next week. It's very active, no question. May 1st is historically the peak time of severe weather season. Typically, it can happen 12 months out of the year, right? But typically your active time frames are the middle of March through about the middle of June. So once we hit the first week of May, that's peak season. So next week is basically peak season, and it's every bit a peak season because we have pretty much, elevated risk every single day next week. So this is kind of the first day of many days, like many days. It's I can't even tell you how active that it looks to be for the next 10 to 12 days. Sorry, that was the doorbell. So that's why we're kind of taking this kind of day by day, right? Because there could be outflow boundaries that influence activity from day to day. So you on these types of situations, you try not to get ahead of yourself too much because there's so many moving parts with cold fronts and warm fronts backing up, and then dry lines and it's backing up. So you have outflow boundaries and mesoscale convective systems and little MCS systems. And so yeah, that's why you kind of take it day by day, because what happens today could interrupt what happens tomorrow, and kind of throw the balance of the atmosphere off. But so let's go back. Let's go back to this tornado warning currently right now over the Keene area. So they still, in fact, have that tornado warning where that little notch is that we've been talking about, kind of highlighting. It's not as you know dynamic as it was earlier. It's not as pronounced as it was. The notch isn't as sharp as it was earlier, but it's definitely enough to keep warranting that tornado threat currently right now. And this is not a good sign, right? This is not a good sign right here where we're starting to see more tightening. This is a sign of tightening just to the east of Keene. So this area has been rotating for probably 10 minutes now. And this is a first sign that this activity could be lowering as we speak with that velocity hit right there, just along Highway 10. So this is deeply concerning. 28 Road 28, right here. This is the area that just kind of east of Keene here. It's showing some really tightening correlations here that we could be looking at possible lowering of even a possible funnel right now with this particular cell as this is moving across. So I can try to see if I can get any storm spotters on this one as we speak. Yeah, National Weather Service, Hastings, low level circulation intensifying. This is that cell right there through Keene. Let me put the movement on this particular cell. So we're watching these little colors right here. These are always an indication that when they turned red right here, and it's maybe not as prolific here as it was, but definitely concerning. We're just watching this activity, this area, and they continue to have the tornado warning for this area for all the good reasons. So someone asking about Norman. Yes, they did. In fact, they did extend the tornado watch for Norman, for South Oklahoma City. So you do have possibility for several tornadoes tonight, and then you have a possibility of having very, very large hail. That's what the atmosphere calls for tonight. So nothing to be concerned about right now into the Oklahoma area. I think you probably are a couple hours away. So if you do have plans, for the next couple hours in and around the Oklahoma City area, Norman, all those areas in Oklahoma, I think you still have a couple hours left before things can get pretty bumpy, because the tornado watch goes until midnight. It just got issued at 5, so it just got issued at 5 o'clock. But yes, all dynamics are coming to the table as we get deeper into the evening of this activity for later on this evening. But I appreciate everybody watching tonight. This is storm coverage for this evening. So we're talking about severe weather this evening in and around southeastern Nebraska, and to central Kansas here, and then all this will build southward into the evening hours and head towards Oklahoma. So it'll head towards central Oklahoma. It'll head towards the Oklahoma City area. Then Norman will pinwheel all the way down into along the border, near the border of Texas there. Not really getting into Texas because it does have a pretty significant cap in place. So not terribly too concerned about Texas, at least this evening, right? But I think there'll be plenty for Texas in the next 10 days. There's no question from what I'm seeing currently at the moment. So definitely enjoy the calmness as you have it, and it looks fairly calm for Friday and Saturday into North Texas. But then it kind of ramps up for Sunday, especially into Monday. Hey, Christine. Hey, loving your background pictures. Oh yeah, so I was waiting on this to come in, so I'm still kind of tweaking. I'll tweak my videos a little bit. I know I need to shorten myself and not show as much of myself in my regular videos, but it's a work in progress. But I do have like my pictures, have my PAL sign. I think it's better with the like it does illuminate, but it seems like the glow is too much. The light's too much. So I think with the light on and then with it not turned on behind me, I think you can actually see it better. And the other way, it was just there and almost a little bit of a distraction in a way. But right now we're watching storm coverage. So this is storm coverage for this evening. So we've got several tornado warnings. We have one warning right now over Keene. This has been warned for a good bit now. Really, it started about. It looks like it's moved a little bit. So we'll zoom into this area in and around the Keene area. So at 5:41, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado. This is the one we've been on for several, 10, 15 minutes now, near the Minden area or 19 miles south of Kearney, moving east about 15 miles an hour. So you do have a radar confirmed tornado that was just east of the Keene area, having that 2-inch diameter potential within this sector. So this is moving out of Keene, and you can see the velocity view here. Not as prevalent as it was. Definitely not as prevalent as it was, but this is still showing, and the hail has subsided. It's almost kind of forming a squall line now. It's all kind of congealed together. We're not seeing the notch. We're not seeing the notch in the radar frame earlier, like we were seeing earlier, that kind of warranted the tornado warning. So now if we zoom out, you can actually see where it's more linear, right? It's actually become a little bit more linear. So that's always technically a good sign, even though you can get tornadic activity within the squall line here. Typically, when you see something like this, it's more of a damaging wind threat. There's less likely to get really, really strong tornadoes within these types of setups right here at this moment. So it does look like it's making a kind of a transition out of a more of a discrete type atmosphere and right within this zone into more of a linear type atmosphere, and transferring from more of a discrete big hail threat to more of a damaging wind threat, at least within this in this zone at the moment. Pow! Yeah, storms are moving pretty fast today. Pow, pow, pow. Hey, going to warm up next week in my area up 20 degrees for the beginning of May. Yeah, I mean every bit. I mean, if you live in the South, it's going to be warm, right? Well above average temperatures for a good chunk of the Southwest, good chunk of the Southern Plains, Southeast. Southeast takes a break. I mean, there's not much really severe weather for the Southeast to speak of, really, for the next week. So I'm talking about all this activity. I'm not talking about the Southeast. It doesn't seem to make it that far. It's mainly over the plains and Oklahoma and Texas and parts of the Tennessee Valley, Ohio Valley, those areas. Southeast doesn't look, maybe at the late end of the week. It's not, not anywhere in the next week. It looks like they're taking a break from the severe weather. But up to the north, it's chilly, right? I mean, you got northwest flow continuing. It looks below average for a good chunk of next week. More cold air, even more frost potentially coming for possibly in the northeast. We're talking May, right? I mean, we shouldn't be talking about frost right now. um, I know most of you, when it comes May timeframe, that you're over the snow. Well, at least a lot of you are, should be, and over, just over the coldness, right? So I know a lot of my friends up here, up in the say Chicago area, places in the Northeast, are like, "Pal, when's it gonna warm up?" I'm over this dreary, chilly air mass. It's just one of those things but it does appear. You just gonna have to hold on a little bit longer. It does appear that maybe the second week of May, more the longer range type out there, that we could be looking at a warm up. And a lot of times in these environments like this, I've seen it so many times that you get this cold air mass, and you're thinking, "Hey, when's it going to warm up? When's it going to warm up?" And all of a sudden, wham, the warmth comes and you rapidly accelerate 20 degrees, and you're like, "What happened?" And that's it. It just automatically, like, winter's over and summer starts. So that may be the case by the time we get into towards the second week into the middle of the month, at least for our northern states. So it's still going to be a little chilly for the next 7 to 10 days from what I'm seeing. Yeah, the snow will be gone. Yeah, you get a 20-degree warm up, it ain't lasting in that type of environment. Yeah, so thanks for watching storm coverage with me tonight. So we're watching this squall line, this developing squall line as we speak. We got a pretty significant dry line setting up out here off to the west. Pretty sharp gradient. I mean, it's really sharp. So right now we're watching discrete supercells, and that's the main threat currently. Right now is kind of the discreteness of these supercell activities. I think as we get into the evening hours, especially further north, because this is going to pinwheel south, this is going to transfer into more of a damaging wind threat. But for the next couple hours, we're not going to be that, right? So we're going to be on high alert for the next couple hours of quick spin ups, quick hail producers in this type of environment. A severe thunderstorm can go from really next to nothing to golf ball size hail in about 20-minute time frame. So that's the type of environment we're up against tonight with this kind of type of setup that we're watching. Hey Ross, how's it going, buddy? Hey, no worries. I started about 5, so I've only been on here about an hour. You didn't miss too much. We did have one confirmed tornado earlier. It was a confirmed tornado that this is the second radar tornado. It looked like the one earlier that was confirmed was more out in the rural areas, fortunately, out in Nebraska there. Hopefully, no one got in harm's way of that particular storm. But it was in fact a confirmed tornado that was in fact on the ground. Probably about 12 to 15 minutes there. We were tracking that storm as it moved east about 15 miles an hour. But you can see the movement on these storms. Most of these are moving anywhere from 15 to 30 miles an hour, depending on the cell. These are more or less moving east, and I think these are just kind of, I mean, what I often refer to as a back build along the dry line. So let's look at the big picture tonight. So you can see the activity where we're at now, right? So this is all the activity currently right now. This is all these little dots here where this is the hail. This is all the hail that has fallen just over the last hour or two from these cells. So you can actually see there's not much. There's not much right here, right? So this is a kind of a lull, right? So this is the area that's going to be developing later on this evening. So we still have really significant risk, even though there's nothing happening right now in Wichita and to Tulsa and Oklahoma City and to Norman. Just wait, right? So it's the calm before the storm. You have a tornado watch that goes until midnight. So we're still have another 6 hours. So you can actually see these little bubblers already trying to form up, right? So you start seeing any of this activity right here. This is an indication of the cap trying to break, right? So once it breaks, it's all hands on deck, right? I mean, these, if there's nothing to stop these storms with these updrafts in this type of environment, that's where you can get significant hailstones with this setup, and as it rises, and you have that shear in the upper in the atmosphere as as the storm split in the upper levels, that's what's going to cause the air to rotate, and that's the concern of very large hail and storm tornadic activity tonight. But I think there's going to be a sharp gradient where it's going to really cut off, right? You got a strong cap over the metroplex, right? And so what's a cap, right? So as the air starts to rise, it starts to hit like a boundary layer. So it's a warm air aloft about 4,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So it hits that atmosphere, and sometimes you can watch the cumulus clouds outside. It rises and then it flattens out like a pancake. It just hits that warm air about 4,000 feet and like whoop, it just flattens out. It's not going to be able to go any past that. So if you're not going to be able to cross that boundary layer, then that's not going to be able to turn severe. So that's exactly what's going to happen into North Texas. So that's why the cutoff right here is basically the Red River, and it's not going to go southward. And so that's it's always when there's a cap in place, that's kind of your safety net. I call it. It's a safety net that it's your little protector saying, hey, it's the cap is saving me from harm's way, because the atmosphere might be saying one thing, but you got to have more than the atmosphere saying it. If you don't have all the dynamics in place, one little criteria can throw things off. And just that little small fact that you got that warm air aloft shuts the door for any type of severe weather and that type of setup. So you're not going to have that type of activity into Oklahoma. So they are forecasting now the cap to break. So that's why they went ahead and issued the tornado watch. And not only did they do that, it's a fairly significant tornado watch. It's not a PDS, but it does include several tornadoes possible. But the main concern would be the very large hail. And you're definitely no stranger to some very large hail in and around the Oklahoma area. And some of these areas could be picking up pretty significant hail tonight. So if you got your car outside, if you have an ample and willing carport, you've got a garage. If you need to clear out a space, you got a little time, right? You got a little time in Oklahoma City. You got a little time in Norman. You got some time in Wichita, right? But you're running out of time. So I would highly advise you to head home and park your car in the garage, park your car undercover, if at all possible. That way you save a deductible and you don't have to replace windshields and have your car in the shop for 6 weeks. Because anything that falls tonight is going to do some serious damage to your car if you happen to get some hail in your area. Not much you can do about the house. There's only so much you can do, but you can definitely, protect your things, any glassware outside that might be out in the open. It could potentially be coming. So take all the necessary precautions now. Hey, get all the loose ends out of the backyard, get all the loose ends out of the patio, and anything that might be flying projectiles, park all your vehicles in the car, get your safe plan in place, get your helmet, go get your helmet out in the garage and bring it into the house. Make sure your phone's charged. These are things that you can do right now while while it's calm, while it's calm. So, if in case a warning does get issued and all that stuff is heading your way, you're ready, right? So you're ready to take cover, and you can withstand those 20 or 30 minutes it's going to be over your house, and potentially, and we'll kind of ride out the storm and kind of hope for the best, right? But yeah, so we've got numerous severe thunderstorm watches, warnings. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12. We got 12 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. These are all really for that stronger wind gust. Most of them have about 60-mile-per-hour winds to them. Got some quarter size hail. Basically, anything quarter size or greater. And if basically a thunderstorm is warranted a warning once it hits 58-mile-per-hour criteria, or it hits quarter size hail or greater criteria, or it has obviously a tornado or a radar confirmed tornado. So if it meets one of those three criterias, then a warning gets issued, right? And so we've got 12 of those right now into Nebraska and to Kansas currently, right now. They all include large hail. They all include some 60-mile-per-hour winds. They all include, some quarter size to potentially golf ball size hail. There's some half-dollar size hail, which is kind of like your 1.5 inch hail. So here's some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So most of these tonight are going to be some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some 70-mile-per-hour winds. You have the capability of producing upward to 75-mile-per-hour winds. If there's an indication where these storms start to bow out, and I don't think it's going to happen until really later on this evening and probably the overnight hours. As these storms bow out and as it transfers into more of a squall line type of a setup, and doesn't have any discrete nature any longer, I think that's when the higher wind gusts could come to fruition. So, within those segments, if you've got anything that say, arcs out, that say like bows and has like a kind of a backward C, that's always an indication where you're going to have, greater forcing out ahead of it. And you could have some powerful winds out ahead of it. So, there are some soundings that I clicked on that could be upwards to 90. That's very isolated. Doesn't say it's going to happen. That's the potential of the atmosphere. So if there's anything that does bow out in the overnight hours, we could be looking at some straight line winds of upwards to possibly 90 miles an hour. In some very, very isolated cases. But that's the environment that we're looking at tonight. So. Hey, Shelly, we've been in a drought, but we don't need a flood. Yeah. So, May is, it's one of those things. This is La Nina, right? So, we're heading into May. May is your wettest month for a lot of areas in the United States. So, a lot of times La Nina calls for above average severe weather, right? So, but if you get wave after wave, when you get more above average severe weather, and I think we are going to get waves after waves. We have troughs after troughs after troughs setting up out west, and these little short waves in between, setting up multiple chances of severe weather. Really for the next 7, 10, upwards to 12, 14 days. It's pretty active. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it in any form of fashion. It's active. I'm sorry to say it's definitely active. There's no question. We could be talking about severe weather for the next 14 days and have not much break at all in some areas of the country. Not everybody. And some of those could be, producing some training thunderstorms and training. So obviously in a drought situation, the ground's very hard. If you get a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time, that could be, flash flood potential. It's not going to be able to soak in as quickly as you would with a soft soil. It's very hard. So you're not going to have drainage, depending on how quickly the rain does fall. That's why flash flooding can be a concern. So, not only do you have tornado threat, you've got hail threat, but flash flooding threat is also a concern, within these sectors as well, because just the typical drainage issue because of the drought that some of these areas have experienced. And if you get a quick, 1, 2, 3 inches of rain in a short amount of time, and fairly normal atmosphere where your atmosphere is capable of say, hey, you can handle 3 or 4 inches in a short, in an hour time span without having to say, hey, it's going to produce significant flooding. With the drought, it kind of shortens that time frame, right? It kind of shortens it because of the drainage aspects of all the soil. It's not, you're going to get a lot of runoff, and that's why the deserts can um, flood with a half inch. You can rain like a half inch in Arizona and have flash flooding. you know, or same thing with say New York City. Those areas of the country that can only withstand, and just in a normal environment, half inch, possibly 3/4 of an inch, maybe up to an inch in an hour time frame before they start having significant flooding. Some areas, say like in Houston, right? They live by the coast, and if they're not in a drought, if they're just in normal situations, they can handle 3 or 4 inches in an hour and not terribly be that bad because they've got. But it is flat. You get, two of that, and then you have significant flooding. Right. So that's kind of your threshold. But in a normal environment, with this particular setup, you get 3 inches in an hour under a drought situation, you're going to get some flash flooding, a lot quicker than you normally would. Hey, I live in Kansas and I love to know about it. Yeah, so we've been talking about Kansas this evening. So we've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had several tornado warnings. Right now, we've got 12 uh, severe thunderstorm warnings happening right now along this boundary. So far, we've seen, um, you know, storms break out in southeastern Nebraska and central Kansas. And we have the tornado watch that goes until 9 and 11 o'clock within these areas. So it's going to be pretty active for the next 5 hours. And this whole atmosphere is capable of producing about 3-inch hailstone. You can see these little dots right here, south of Beatrice, south of Hastings. These are areas that have already seen some large hail. So we've already seen some, 2-inch diameter hail. So here's some 2.2-inch diameter hail into portions of Kansas here, into portions of Nebraska. Here's your state line. So it's essentially just southeast Nebraska, just more or less kind of into the North Platte area, into McCook, and then all this area has moved into the Kearney area, heading towards Hastings at the moment. That's the activity we're watching right now. So there's not any tornado warnings currently as we speak, but it's just a matter of time before some of these do turn tornadic, as the whole atmosphere is at prime. We are under a moderate risk for severe weather. We have a 15% chance in and around southeastern Nebraska into central Kansas, possibly seeing a tornado, a possible tornado this evening. But that also means 85% of you won't see one, right? And so, but 15% is fairly significant. So that's so this whole area right here that is highlighted currently, that's where the moderate risk is in place right now. So we can watch the movement of these storms right along this boundary here. Hey, while we don't have any warnings, let's take a look at the latest the latest high resolution models, and kind of see where the latest update is on the last frame. So let's walk you through time. Let me get the most recent run here. Let me let it run, and then we can back it up. Okay. All right. So what we're looking at here, we're looking at the HRRR. So this is the latest high resolution guidance of the HRRR. So right now, this is just a radar, right? So this is at 6 o'clock. You can see there, this is the latest update. It has some bubblers over Oklahoma City, a little bit more pronounced than what the actual radar shows right now. So this just kind of gives you an indication on where some of the storms could be in a certain time frame. So Let's go back into 9 o'clock. So this is we're into 9 o'clock. So we're starting to see a lot more activity by 9 o'clock this evening. This is the latest HRRR. Back into heading towards Topeka through Porsche, almost heading to Wichita through Hutchinson, uh, into Salina. We could be looking at some supercell thunderstorms with kind of a nasty squall line. Some of these could be tornadic activity. We have more activity into portions of Omaha, into Lincoln. You can see not much into Tulsa. You know, some little bubbler starting to bubble up into Bartlesville. So let's put the storm motion in motion. This is about 1 o'clock in the morning. So right, this is an overnight threat going into that 1 o'clock in the morning time frame. Going into portions of Kansas City by then, maybe heading towards the Tulsa area through Oklahoma City. If we expand the view, here's your surface low. We got more activity trying to filter in on the backside through North Platte into Kearney, towards Valentine here into Sioux Falls. So we have this one band. This is moving off to the east. There's into Des Moines, into heading up towards Davenport. Is 1 o'clock in the morning. So let me expand the view so you can get an idea of what we're looking at. So as we continue through time, that's 3 o'clock in the morning. This area to the north is continued pushing off to the east. This builds back down to the south. And then as we go into the 5 o'clock in the morning time frame, this is a kind of a mini cold front that's pushing through, right? So not much activity in Dallas. They're trying to get some activity as this pushes through, but I mean, this is 5 o'clock in the morning, right? So this is moving through at 5 o'clock in the morning. And as we wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning, it just kind of falls apart in Dallas, right? So it hits that strong cap, nothing happens. Everything kind of dissolves. But the activity further to the north, still has a pretty significant squall line associated with it, heading towards the Chicago area, heading towards the Illinois area. The Storm Prediction Center does have a slight risk for severe weather within this sector. This is for Monday. This is for Saturday. This is for Saturday morning around 10 o'clock in the morning. So we're just taking a look at the latest high resolution guidance of what this storm, where it might go over the next 18 hours or so. And so that continues to wind down further to the north. And we have more activity trying to build back through Lincoln and to Topeka so there's, just kind of running again. So that gives you an idea of the next 18 hours. If we expand the view now, and you can kind of see what we're looking at. So more activity comes into the Pacific Northwest, up into Washington and Oregon here. We got heavier rain into Winnipeg. They've had so much snow. Right now they're going to get some rain, but they got some, flood warnings up there into Winnipeg area. The surface low, as it, moves further to the east, it kind of elongates and kind of spreads itself out. As it spreads itself out more further and further, it weakens, right? So it weakens as it spreads itself out. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the next 18 hours or so of where this activity may be, at a certain time frame. So so into the overnight hour, more or less into the overnight hour. I know people were asking about Missouri, so let's highlight that. So let's look at that. Let's zoom into Missouri. This is about 1 o'clock in the morning. This just kind of gives you an idea. You see the bow? What I'm talking about? This is kind of the bow segment. This is an indication of some higher wind gust, right? So this is what I'm talking about, of that 75 mile per hour wind. So this is fairly significant in itself, along the leading edge of this squall line here, with this bowing segment like that heading towards Quincy. Some of these areas could be upwards to 80, 85, possibly even 90 miles an hour. Is not out of the question when you see some of these bow segments like that along the leading edge. So this looks to be a higher wind threat into the overnight hours. So for the next several hours, we're looking at the large hail potential. And then I think as we get into, the very late evening hours into the overnight hours, it goes into more of a a squall line type setup. Elon Musk wants to buy Pal Ponder. Yeah. Obviously, he wants to buy everything nowadays, right? It's like, oh, 44 billion. What else can I buy? Coca-Cola. I know he joked about buying Coca-Cola. All right. So that gives you an indication on that's the HRRR. All right, so let's head back. Let's head back in and kind of expand the view. So right now we're mainly concerned about southeastern Nebraska here into central Kansas. This is where we've got numerous uh, thunderstorm warnings. But so here, okay, here's a brand new tornado warning for Dickinson, Kansas. This is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued for the Dickinson, Kansas area for the next 30 minutes. So at 6:12. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was 4 miles southwest of Carlton. So 4 miles southwest of Carlton that was moving north at 35 miles an hour. This is for southern Dickinson County and central Kansas. So this is put out by the Topeka National Weather Service in Kansas, southern Dickinson County. This is a radar indicated tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed a funnel. So weather spotters have confirmed a funnel in around the Durham area. So locations in its path that could include the Abilene area, the Enterprise area, and the Carlton area. So if you're on the roadways, we're talking about along Interstate 70. Along Interstate 70 there, mile markers between say 271 and say 275. So that just kind of gives you an idea. If you're traveling on the road, if you're a truck driver right now, if you're listening to this, it's going to be mile markers 271, 275 into the Dickinson area, into Kansas there. That definitely that has that radar confirmed tornado. Spotters have confirmed a funnel. They have confirmed a funnel within the Durham area. So this is kind of a funnel, just indicates a lowering, just kind of a lowering of a funnel cloud, right? So it's up in the atmosphere. It's not touched down. So if it does happen to touch, that would be a confirmed tornado, right? So right now it's just a funnel up in the atmosphere showing some rotation, and they're just kind of watching and if this is able to lower to the surface or not. So yeah, so this is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued for parts of Kansas here for Dickinson County and near the Durham area about 6:12. That's about 6:12. There was a confirmed weather spotter out there that had confirmed it, had a visual sighting of a funnel cloud up in the atmosphere. So, and if we put the storm in motion, and we've got the velocity view on the southwest side, and this is moving north. This is moving north near in the Durham area. So if you live in these areas, you definitely need to take cover, be in your safe zone if that funnel does in fact try to lower down to the ground or not. So this is right now just a radar confirmed tornado. This is south of the Abilene area, heading north about 35 miles an hour. This is in between mile markers, Interstate 70 around 271, 275 areas to kind of get your bearings on where this may be within the Kansas area. So if you're anywhere near this area, you definitely need to be in your safe zone. And we've got yet another tornado warning that just got issued. This is another tornado warning. So things are starting to get a little bit more active now. So this is another tornado warning that just got issued that has some 2-inch hail. So listen up to this one at 6:15. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was near Agenda. So this is put out again by the Topeka National Weather Service in Kansas. This is for southeastern Republic County and north central Kansas, western Washington County and north central Kansas, as well as northeastern Cloud County and north central Kansas. So this is another radar confirmed tornado, but it does include some 2-inch hail. So this is some golf ball size type hail that will do a lot of damage to your car within this area. Again, weather spotters have confirmed another funnel near Clyde. So this is another funnel confirmed radar, and this is why they issued the tornado warning from this funnel that was visibly spotted by weather spotters out there. So this is going to be one of those events tonight that there's a lot of spotters, there's a lot of storm chasers out there in the field. So we're going to get great coverage. We're going to get great coverage. You're going to know about it well in advance. Of if any fact that if there is a tornado warning, if there's going to be, lowering, if there's going to be a funnel or not, if there's just going to be, if it's just Virga or what it is, we're going to have a lot of eyes on it. There's just a lot of eyes out there tonight with a moderate risk in place because they are expecting a very active evening. So the more eyes on this, the better, right? So, I mean, the more eyes you have, the safer you can be and get all the warnings of possible. So right now we have confirmation of a funnel. We're near the Clyde area. So we do have that confirmation. So if you live in Clyde, if you live in Lynn, if you live in Greenleaf, into Mauryville, into Agenda area, this is near Clyde. This is put out by the Topeka National Weather Service in Kansas, essentially north central Kansas for southeastern Republic County, western Washington County, and northeastern Cloud County. This is the newest tornado warning that just got issued about 5 minutes ago. So yeah, so if you look right on the edge of this is the lowering. This is the lowering that they're talking about. The weather spotters are looking at right now. This funnel up in the atmosphere just near Clyde. Right. This is the confirmed funnel that about 6:15 was spotted by a storm spotter out there. So, and this is all moving northeast there. So this is the activity that's concerned. If you live near the Agenda area, this is a Calderhead, a Brantford area. This is County Road 148. So this is kind of gives you an idea of where you're at and this part of the country with this this another confirmed tornado warning that has another funnel spotted. Yes, I think it'll eventually will head towards Topeka. Yes, it will. You're probably about an hour away into the Topeka area. With this particular setup right now. So here's Topeka. This is moving east, or say, east northeast. But yes, this is overall. This is definitely heading towards the Topeka area as we speak. It could take an hour. I mean, it could take an hour to get there. Water. So this is all water. This is my water. I got a half a gallon of it, and it tells you, good morning, hydrate yourself, remember your goal, keep chugging, feeling awesome, don't give up, almost finished, you did it. So this is I filled it up before I started. This is a half gallon worth. The gallon is too kind of heavy. So what kind of beer? It's just all water. All right. So yes, we do have those two confirmed funnels. So those are the two confirmed funnels out there as we speak. And you can follow me on Twitter. I'm retweeting any activity, any watches and warnings out there this evening. Any pictures of funnels, tornadoes, really kind of any activity tonight. So I'm doing storm coverage on here, and then we'll also be pretty active on Twitter as well with you know real time reports as these come in for the evening. But yeah, I put the big picture on it. So there's those two funnels that we highlighted. You can see further south, there's not much activity, right? We looked at the high resolution guidance. A lot of this doesn't happen until later on this evening. But anytime a little supercell that could pop in this type of environment could turn severe quickly. So right now, everything's just basically in southeastern Nebraska and to north and central Kansas. This is where all the activity is, and you can see the movement on here. This is towards the Abilene area, towards the Junction City area, and I know someone asked about the Topeka area. So even though this is technically moving northeast, the whole band is moving eastward. So you're probably about an hour away or so in and around the Topeka area before things get turned downhill pretty quickly in that part of the area. But still, let's go highlight these areas again that does have the tornado warnings. These are the ones that both had the confirmed funnels that were did see the lowering just kind of near Clyde. Now that's moving further north. So here's the movement on this storm as it's coming out of Clyde. There's definitely no notch anymore. We had that small notch that was just south, just near Clyde there for a little bit. It's definitely closed in. So if there was a funnel, it's probably not visible any longer. That would be my intuition. But they are going to keep the tornado warning there in place for the next 19 minutes. Let's see. Amarillo had a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust. Just trying to see if there's any activity I'm missing. Hey, Aiden. Hello from Arlington, Texas. How's it going, buddy? Hey, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I don't think there's anything for Arlington this evening or really tomorrow evening, but Sunday, I think Sunday night will be fairly active in Dallas, and then Monday again. So I think those are the two next setups for the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then there's more next week for sure. Yeah, so definitely tune back in, Aiden. Obviously, you're welcome to watch this coverage tonight through the planes. But we'll be highlighting Dallas and Oklahoma areas on Sunday night and Monday with that severe threat for them. But you can see where all the hail has fallen tonight. I mean, it's been some pretty good hail producers so far. We've had plenty of hail reports of an inch variety, some 1.7s. That's typically some golf ball size hail type variety. This blue, when they issue this blue area, This is what they call a special weather statement. So all basically a special weather statement is a just kind of a highlighted area of the risk that's one step lower than a severe thunderstorm warning. So this particular weather statement says, hey, we could be looking at some 50-mile-per-hour winds, some half-inch hail. So that's basically a little bit lower than severe weather criteria. So that's why they're just making you aware some of these storms could be on the stronger type side. Some of those 50-mile-per-hour winds, some half-inch hail, but it's not technically severe, right? So that's the areas in blue, is why they have the blue there. But right now, everything, all the activity right now is southeast Nebraska into north Kansas into central Kansas. This is where really all the activity is currently right now. We've got two confirmed funnels earlier. One was pretty evident; it wasn't a funnel any longer. We've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and the 2-inch type hail variety. Some of these upwards to 70-mile-per-hour winds. But as you can walk you through some of these warnings here, we've got about 10 or 12. I mean, it's pretty active ahead of the dry line here. So it's a very active evening into Nebraska area, into the Kansas area tonight. That's why we're doing storm coverage. So if you know anybody, if you got friends and family in the area, they need to be aware. Like this video. You need to share it with your friends and family in the area that hey, we got live storm coverage happening right now, that you can get real time warnings if something does in fact get issued. You'll know, within seconds of, and so that way you can put yourself out of harm's way and get in your safe zone for the 20, the possibly 20 or 30 minutes that the storm could be over your area. So that way you can lessen your chance of potential harm, right? So it's a dangerous evening, so it definitely needs to be taken seriously. But so the next 4 or 5 hours, looks fairly bumpy. After that, things are kind of, they get to settle down a little bit. But right now, we need to be weather aware. We need to be on high alert, especially if you live in this zone, as things could rapidly turn downhill just because it's, say, not raining in Topeka right now. Nothing's happening. Doesn't mean it's safe and nothing's going to happen. It just hasn't made it to your area yet. So, but it's all kind of heading east. It's all heading towards the east, and eventually it'll get into Missouri. So it's just going to be later on this evening. Hey, Aiden. Oh, I love your videos. I watch it almost every day. Awesome. Yeah, I try to put one out every day, if I can, especially during active times. Some days I just I can't get a video out, but I typically put out, 5, 6, 7 days, 7 days a week. I can tell you it's going to be pretty active the next 7 days, or gosh, 14 days. I mean, typically May is active, but it's one of those years. It's just even more active than it normally is. It's already an active month, but it's basically going to get more active than what you would normally see this time of year, typically. All right, so we highlighted we highlighted the threat. Let's talk about let's just talk about tomorrow real quick, right? So while we're having a little bit of a lull, because these storms, we looked at the HRRR earlier, so these all move off to the east into the overnight hours. And then the setup for tomorrow is going to be hanging over portions of Illinois and into the Indiana area. So this is where the Storm Prediction Center, into the morning hours, heading into the afternoon hours, things could get a little bit more severe in this area. Not as significant as what we've seen tonight, or what we will be seeing, but we still could be getting some larger hail out of this activity, some more damaging winds. The tornado threat's definitely not as prolific as it is this evening, but we do have a slight risk for severe weather into the Paducah area, into Union City, heading all the way through Bloomington, through Indianapolis, into Lafayette, all the way through Chicago. So these are some of the main cities, as far north as possibly Milwaukee, where they do have that slight risk for severe weather. So this is a cold front. This is a cold front that's going to be moving through the overnight hours and kind of stalling out here into central Texas. So along this cold front, some daytime heating, we could spark some stronger storms. They have, the Storm Prediction Center just on the safe side. Some of these could turn, quarter size hail type potential, could have some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that what they went ahead and issued a marginal risk for severe weather during the day tomorrow for central Texas, San Antonio, Austin, Tyler, Shreveport, Little Rock, Memphis, all those areas, and in Nashville. That's the day on Saturday. So that will more or less fizzle out. So what I mean by fizzle out, it'll stall. So the cold front, this is end of April going into May. We're talking a cold front. So it's not going to keep going. It's going to back up as a warm front. So as it does that, that's going to push the severe threat a little bit further north. But we also have another short wave that's going to be coming across and setting up more activity into West Texas. So this area has been fairly dry. We have another short wave that does include a slight risk. This is for Sunday. Now, I can tell you right now, I was looking at some of the soundings on this particular setup out in West Texas. I see all indications of this upgrading to an enhanced risk. The soundings are pretty severe. They're pretty, significant at the moment from what I'm seeing. So this is a day 3 risk. This would be Sunday, but it does include San Angelo, Abilene, into Midland, into Lubbock, heading into the Amarillo area, into Woodward. These areas are under a slight risk, but I do feel this is going to be upgraded as you get closer, with an enhanced risk for severe weather. And as this pushes eastward, heading towards Dallas into the late evening hours, I feel these are going to be weakening. Kind of as they get closer into Dallas, we'll kind of fine tune this. But there'll be another setup. There'll be an additional setup on Monday, I think will really impact Dallas at a greater extent. I still think you'll get storms into the evening hours, into the overnight hours on Sunday, into Monday night, overnight wee hours into Dallas. But I don't think they're going to be terribly too significant. I feel the more significant threat is going to be on Monday with yet another system that's going to be coming across. And that area could be, right now they have a slight risk, could be possibly upgraded to an enhanced risk, as we get closer. But, we're getting 4 days out now. So I'm just kind of giving an idea of kind of what we're expecting over the next several days as we're watching these short waves and these troughs come across. And that just takes you through Monday, and it's just very active back behind you. We have another system Wednesday. We have another system Friday, more systems in the next weekend. So it's pretty active. No question. It's definitely active. This is kind of the first day of it. This is just the first day of many of storms and severe storms, if that, All right. So let's go back. Let's go back. It definitely appears things have gotten a little bit more active on the severe front. So I just kind of wanted to highlight what might be coming, down the pike here. But it does appear that one of those tornadoes that did in fact have a funnel into the Dickinson area has now lowered to the surface. So we do have a confirmed tornado. This has been a funnel. It now is confirmed. It's confirmed by a spotter at 6:32. A confirmed tornado on the ground north of Carlton. This is a confirmed tornado north of Carlton on the ground as we speak. This is for central Dickinson County. So this did have a funnel around 612. It just kept around long enough. Now it's confirmed by spotters that has now lowered to the surface. So they went ahead and now this is a confirmed tornado. So this is a damaging tornado. It's got some 2-inch hail potential. This is located 7 miles northeast of Carlton, 7 miles northeast of Carlton, moving north at 35 miles an hour. So we're talking the Abilene area. We're talking the Enterprise area within this area of this confirmed tornado that is on the ground by storm spotters, and you can definitely see it's pretty evident of these mixing of colors with the reds and greens going away from the radar and from to the radar. That's always indication where there's areas of rotation. So that's a fairly significant area. So this could be a little bit larger tornado that is on the ground right now. So this is a dangerous setup. This is moving to the north. It's heading through Enterprise. There's the Abilene area. This is going to be crossing over Interstate 70. It's going to cross over Interstate 70 shortly. So let's put the movement on these and maybe expand the view and kind of give you the big picture here and make sure you can actually see this. So this is a confirmed tornado. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching live storm coverage near the Kansas area into the Nebraska area. This is a confirmed tornado that has been reported by spotters at 6:32, about 8 minutes ago, near the Abilene area. So this, you can see the rotation right here. This is really evident on radar. This is the velocity view. Here's the reflectivity view. As this is all moving northeast, it's going to be crossing over at 6:49. So in the next 8 minutes, it should be right on the doorstep of Interstate 70. So if you're traveling along Interstate 70, if you happen to be on the road right now, this kind of gives you an indication of where this tornado could be at along Interstate 70 around 6:49 time frame. So around 6:49 time frame, it could be near the Detroit area, near County Road 43 area. In between, it's heading right through, Enterprise, near the Abilene area, heading towards the Detroit area. It'll eventually maybe head towards, say, the Moonlight area if this continues on its path. So this does appear to be a little bit larger tornado. That you can see the wind, the spans here, the deepening reds. You can almost see it's trying to kind of form a little curly Q here. So this is definitely an indication that it could be even growing in intensity right now. So this is a dangerous tornado that is on the ground near the Abilene area, near Enterprise in Kansas here, that people need to be made aware of. So if you got friends and family in this area, you need to text them, you need to call them, you need to send out smoke signals, whatever you got to do to let them know there's a confirmed tornado heading their way. So they need to be in their safe zone to put themselves out a hard way. If you got a helmet, grab it as well. Grab your phone and hunker down and get in your lowest level of the house and put yourself out of harm's way of this tornado that is on the ground right now. So I'm trying to get some pictures on my feed here, so if I can see any visual spot myself from this particular setup. Okay, so there's the funnel. I'm definitely seeing signs of that funnel earlier where it was up in the levels. Man, it had a lot of rotation with it. That's got great structure. Yeah, now that has lowered to the ground. So this that particular cell that we were on it earlier, they issued the warning. They issued the warning because we had spotters on it from the very beginning, around 6:12. So at 6:12, they definitely had that first sighting of a funnel. So that's why they entered the tornado warning. So for about 20 minutes or so, it was just a tornado warning with no confirmed tornado. But that funnel was around long enough, and it was there 20 minutes, and then it now is lower to the surface. So now we have that confirmed tornado around 6:32. So it definitely appears it's still potentially probably on the ground, really as we speak, heading near the Enterprise area. So that would be about 12 minutes or so. So it looks like it appears this tornado has possibly been on the ground right now for about 12 minutes or so, near the Abilene and Enterprise area in Kansas. So this is a dangerous tornado. It does actually have some. This is an extension, so they went ahead and extended the tornado warning. So let's get the new bearings at 6:42. At 6:42, confirmed tornado was located 5 miles southwest of Enterprise. So 5 miles southwest of Enterprise, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So a damaging tornado, hail up to 2 inches diameter. This is for central Dickinson County and central Kansas, west central Geary County, and east central Kansas. Those areas, this has been confirmed by numerous spotters in the area that reported the tornado just north of Carlton earlier. So Abilene, Chapin, Enterprise, and Moonlight. Those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately from this tornado that looks to appear that's been on the ground for about 15 minutes or so. So if you're along Interstate 70, this kind of gives you an idea between mile markers, say 274 and 290. So that kind of gives you the bearing of where this storm could be. And it's got great outflow. It's still continuing to produce that tornado that's on the ground, and they went ahead and extended that tornado warning as well. Yeah, you can actually see it on the correlation coefficient here. That it's always an indication of some debris being lofted up in the atmosphere. Uh, this is a um, This is a confirmed tornado that could be on the larger type variety. This is a little bit more significant debris trying to be lofted up in the atmosphere. It's got a tight rotation with it. It's got great outflow. You can actually see it on the velocity view. It's almost trying to kind of form a hook on the south side. So that's it's almost definitely swirling, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. All right. So here's let me just put the velocity on. So this is the tornado warning. This is the confirmed tornado that's been spotted by numerous spotters out here near in Carlton. It's been a confirmed tornado near Carlton, Kansas, Enterprise, Abilene, Kansas. This is all moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. Again, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So if we zoom into this activity, so this is the area. It looks like it's going directly over Enterprise. It was 5 miles southwest of Enterprise. Now it looks to be heading directly over Enterprise, Detroit, Chapin, into Moonlight. Those areas are going to be highly susceptible of possibly seeing this tornado move through your area in the next 5-10 minutes or so. This gives you an idea where it could be around 654. It's going to be heading towards the Moonlight area around 654. So if you live in Moonlight, you need to be in your safe zone. If you take it one step further and just expand the view, and if you live in Wakeland, you got friends and family that lives in Wakeland, this gives you an idea if it does hold together around 724 timeframe. So around 724 timeframe, this tornadic supercell could be in and around the Wakeland area with this confirmed tornado that's on the ground. Here's my Twitter handle. So for those of you that don't already follow me on Twitter, we're pretty active tonight on Twitter as well. We're doing live coverage here on YouTube, but we're active with all the watches and warnings and real time updates on Twitter as well. Any funnels, any confirmed spottings of tornadoes, so you can actually get more of a visual on the setup as well. So definitely follow me there. Yes, we're watching. You're watching storm coverage uh, tonight with storms over southeastern Nebraska as well as central Kansas here, and we're watching this confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now, heading up north into the Detroit into heading into the Moonlight area in Kansas. So this is a damaging tornado that's been on the ground for a good 15-20 minutes or so now. That continues to lift up to the northeast, and it by all indications, it definitely still appears it's holding together. And so it still appears that it's holding together fairly nicely. So this is a confirmed tornado that continues to remain on the ground as we speak, and this is all lifting northeast about 35 miles an hour. So it's about to cross over Interstate 70 here, mile markers 274, 290 areas, heading towards the Moonlight area about 6:54. So the next 3 minutes or so, this will all head towards Wakefield. So Wakefield, Milford, those areas around 7:24. So this kind of gives you an idea where the tornado could be in your allotted areas, so you can put yourself out of harm's way and get in your safe zone. Oh wow! I'm not sure exactly where that hailstone fell, but it went through a windshield. Typically, you got to have about baseball size hail to do something like that. All right, so I've been on this tornado warning, so let me go over to the okay, so let's see. This is yeah, it's got some really significant hail with this particular storm. This is a massive area of very large hail near the Enterprise area. This is the vertical integrated liquid water, setup. This kind of shows you the potential hailstone within this atmosphere. And so right now it's producing some 2.25 inch hail, but some of these areas could be even larger than that, as it's just maybe not have been confirmed at the moment. But yeah, some pretty significant hail along with that tornado warning. So this Okay, 52,000 feet. Okay, there you go. Oh, 4 inch hail. There you go. Wow. So this has 4 inch hail potential in and around Enterprise because look, I mean, I put the echo tops on there. These cloud tops are right around 52,000 feet, guys. So that's very significant. You're talking what? That's almost 10 miles up in the atmosphere. That's way up there. So 52,000 foot cloud tops within this area. It's got numerous 2.5 inch hail. The atmosphere is capable of producing 4 inch hail, softball size hail. Wow. Confirmed tornado at 6:47, 5 miles south of Enterprise, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Damaging tornado, softball size hail. Weather spotters have confirmed at 6:31, trained spotters north of Carlton. North of Carlton, this was probably the picture that I saw that had went through the windshield of the vehicle. So this is a very damaging setup. We're talking a confirmed tornado that's been on the ground for over 20 minutes now, and now the cloud tops are reaching 52,000 feet, guys. That's the talk. That's the kind of stuff we were talking about earlier. Once it hits that 50,000 foot range, that's about 100 miles an hour. So yeah, that's going to do some damage. That's what's able to, as the hailstone falls, the updraft wins. So the longer the updraft wins, the further up that hailstone can get in the atmosphere. Obviously, it's colder the higher up you go, so it continues to freeze. It drops, freezes like a dryer, like it's tumbling, and finally the hailstone wins and falls to the surface. But unfortunately, when it's falling, it's in the form of softball size hail. So that's the dangerous setup unfolding in and around the Enterprise area, heading towards Chapin with this confirmed tornado. And now we're talking about upwards to softball size hail potential within this area. And you can see all the deep purples. This is some very heavy rain, really deep purples. That's always an indication of some. It just doesn't get any more intense than that, right? So this is very heavy rain heading through Enterprise. This is going to be moving directly over Chapin. It's still swirling within this area, and we still have that confirmed tornado that we're dealing with now in and around the Enterprise. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris H. Appreciate it. Yeah, 100 miles an hour. 100 miles an hour. That will do damage on basically anything that any object that it hits. Yeah, these tornado warnings had that potential. So it had that potential tonight with these storms, and it's unfortunately coming to fruition. And yeah, this hail is not letting up. I mean, it's got just such a huge area. It pretty much covers the entire city of Enterprise. I mean, Enterprise is just getting pounded right now with that very large hail, and it's obviously rain wrapped tornado too. So there's a very heavy rain. You got very large hail and tornado. It's nasty in Enterprise tonight. There's no question about it. So if you definitely need to be on in your safe zone in and around Enterprise area, because this is a very damaging storm. It continues to be on the ground, continues to dump that very heavy hail in its path, and that's going to be moving northeast here, heading directly over the Chapman area. So it's going to be over Chapman, say around 7 o'clock. So you've got about 3 minutes before everything turns south quickly in the Chapman area. So probably not much happening right now, but that's going to turn quickly in the next 3 minutes as that tornadic activity starts heading your way, and then that very large hail starts heading overhead as well. Yeah, so further to the south, that's where it's got the most significant hail with this storm right now. All right. All right. So was that okay? So it looks like they extended that. So they did in fact extend the tornado warning. So there was a confirmed tornado that was located near the Hollinsburg area, or 11 miles northeast of Washington. So 11 miles northeast of Washington, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is for southeastern Jefferson County now and southeastern Nebraska, southern Gage County and southeastern Nebraska. A confirmed tornado near the Diller area in Odell. So Diller around 7:10, Odell around 7:15. So public confirmed tornado. This is another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Issued till 7:30 that was put out by the Omaha, Nebraska National Weather Service for Jefferson County and Gage County in southeastern Nebraska. So those areas need to be in your safe zone with the another tornado that is spun up uh, further north of this area with this another confirmed tornado that has just now come to fruition into the Nebraska area. All right, so let's head even further to the north because we have yet another tornado warning that's just now got issued as well. So this is another tornado warning at 6:44 earlier. There was a severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds near the Central City area. So Central City, this was issued by Hastings, Nebraska. Hastings, Nebraska National Weather Service. It was around 18 miles northeast of Grand Island, moving east around 45 miles an hour. So this is not confirmed. It is radar indicated, but these areas in central Nebraska need to be in your safe zone into Central City around 6:50. So that already passed. So this area that does have a tornado warning associated with it, and this is another area to the north that has yet another tornado warning. Another radar confirmed tornado at 6:54. There was a severe thunderstorm that was producing a tornado, capable of producing tornado or extensive straight line wind damage near the Fullerton area. So near Fullerton, 30 miles west of Columbus. So 30 miles west of Columbus, moving east about 35 miles an hour. So the locations in its path are going to be the Silver Creek areas. This is until 7:30. This is for southeastern Nance County and central Nebraska, northeastern Merrick County and central Polk County, and east central Nebraska does have a confirmed tornado warning. Not a confirmed tornado, but a warning with this radar indicated tornado. So we've got 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now, and we've got overall 4, 5. There's two observed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, actually 6 tornado warnings. So definitely getting busier, no question. Definitely getting busier tonight along this boundary here with this dangerous activity as this continues to develop as we get deeper into the evening hours. So we've been live for about 2 hours now. We've seen, 4, 5, 6 tornadoes right now. So it's already been an active evening, and we're basically 2 hours in. So this tornado watch goes until midnight. It go about 11, 12 o'clock time frame. So we're not even halfway through. So we're not even halfway through from this particular setup as we'll continue to watch these storms move to the northeast. I think the family went out to eat. I don't hear them. It's quiet. I think they were going. One of my sons was spending the night at a friend's. So she just had my younger son with her. They're heading out to eat. It's Friday night. Yeah, I'm seeing numerous pictures of that funnel earlier. Oh wow. So this is that was in Florida earlier. Yeah, spotters 4 miles southeast of Enterprise. Yeah, that was that funnel earlier that was did in fact lower and confirm. I'm hungry. Are the neighborhood neighbors bringing any pal food? Probably tonight. Tonight. I'm not even. I'm not even. I'm not even actually talking about Dallas tonight. Uh, but I ate. I mean, I ate earlier. Oh yeah, a friend of mine uh, went and it was my birthday Monday, so he didn't have a chance to take me out to eat. So I headed over there. We had lunch. We had a late lunch. So I took a lot home. So I got plenty of leftovers too. All right. Um, all right. So it looks like we still have that we're not on the ground anymore. So that good the good thing about Gage, Kansas, it's not on the ground currently, and the one near Abilene, the one near Enterprise, looks like it's lifted. So that storm looks like it's lifted as well. So at least that's a saving grace from that storm. But it was on the ground for every bit of 20 or 30 minutes or so near the Enterprise area. All right, so let's head over to Washington. This is the one that still has a confirmed tornado at 640 that was confirmed by spotters. So let's see if we can actually see it on the velocity view here. All right, so yes, basically north of 36, heading into hangover. And it looks like they might have extended that. Did they extend that? They're all kind of running together, but yeah, it looks like they extended that tornado warning further into Hanover here. That was a storm that was capable of producing a tornado that was located 4 miles northwest of Hanover, or moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is for northeastern Washington County and north central Kansas, and northwestern Marshall County and northeastern Kansas as well. Ponder over leftovers. I had this really big pork chop. They didn't tell me it was 32 ounces. Certainly not going to finish 32 ounces, along with an appetizer and like some mushrooms, and everything was good. I have a whole nother meal. Trust me, I got plenty of food. uh, all right. So yes, we're watching this activity really light up. I mean, the dry lines got really active. It's pretty prevalent here. The low level jet's really tapping into that atmosphere now, so it's creating that lift. We've seen cloud tops as high as 52,000 feet. So we've seen, that's 9-10 miles up in the atmosphere, no question. We've seen numerous 2-3 inch hail, some 4 inch. We had one confirmed a softball size hail tonight. So it's definitely it's definitely been an active night, and we're basically only 2 hours in. So we're only 2 hours in. So this is we knew it was going to be active night. The atmosphere called for it for sure, and it's just one of those evenings that you need to be on high alert as these storms are coming to fruition. Um, okay. So I'm just trying to see if I'm missing anything here. So, all right. So we got, we still have numerous tornado warnings. We still have that observed tornado near the gauge area. So let's zoom back into this one. So this was the one that was located over Hollinsburg, or 11 miles northeast of Washington. This was the one that was moving about 35 miles an hour. That has been confirmed by the public out there, of this confirmed tornado that is over Diller right now. So if you live in Diller, you're probably seeing some tornadic winds, and Odell around 7:15. So these areas definitely need to be in their safe zone. This is still a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now near the Hanover, Odell area. Those areas are the greatest concern as this is moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. Oh, I see that bot guy's back. All right, so yeah, it's definitely active tonight. You've got a lot of lowering in the atmosphere, a lot of supercell structures out there. What in the world? Was that a house? I mean, they must have been pulling a house. And it fell off the truck. I mean, I was just on my Twitter feed. There's a house in the middle of a freeway. You don't see that you don't see that very often. A mobile home stalled on I-35. That was in Florida. All right, so I'm looking at some of those hailstones and Abilene. This was hen size hail. This is definitely some big hail. So this is the stuff of some of the hail that fell in the Abilene area earlier. That's no longer falling. So this they just posted about a minute ago. So um, I retweeted this picture so you can check it out on my Twitter right now. Some of those larger hailstones. We'll see if anybody got some of that softball size hail criteria that the radar called for. Can we see the dog? Sunny. Hold on. She's sleeping right here, actually. Here's Sunny. That's Miss Sunny. She's like, put me back down. I was sleeping. Sunny is a corgi. We got her about 7 months ago now. She was 13 weeks when we got her. She's 29 pounds. Hopefully she's at her fullest weight. So, but yeah, little Sunny, relaxing right now. She's a big fur ball. We've been through puppy training. We've gone through puppy training in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. We have 2 sessions left. But yeah, she's been a phenomenal dog. Yeah, little yawn here. So little Sunny saying hi. We have 5 dogs. Oh wow. Well, I got another Jack Russell. I got the older dog here. So basically I've got a let's see, her birthday is April 6th, or not April 6th. She's like 8 months old right now. But we have an 11-year-old Jack Russell that keeps the 11-year-old in shape. Because obviously the corgi is really active. All right. So yeah. So let's look at this, guys. This is the first sign further south into north of Wichita here. So looks like we've got a supercell that went severe just north of Wichita. So this is an indication this activity is building further south, like which is what it's forecasted. So now we have a severe thunderstorm that was issued by the Wichita North National Weather Service that was 6 miles west of Whitewater, moving northeast about 40 miles an hour. That's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some half-dollar size hail. This So the areas of impacts are going to be the Newton area, Park Cities, Peabody, and the Whitewater, and to the Newton Airport potentially. So this is an indication of storms trying to build further south, right? So we haven't seen that this evening. This is the first indications of some cells trying to form further south. Yeah, so you get one, you get many. So now the storms have shifted further into the south near Wichita, and I expect them to build, further south as the night goes on. So they're going to build south and they're going to move east. So at 7-11, it looks like we still have that confirmed tornado near Gage. So that was the thunderstorm capable of producing tornado that was 5 miles north of Bremen. So 5 miles north of Bremen, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So locations in its path are the Hanover area. So this is northwestern Marshall counties, into and around the Hanover area. So this is another confirmed tornado that is on the ground as we speak, moving through Hanover. This is eventually going to head towards uh, the Hermsburg area, Hermsburg around 7:33. So in the next 16 minutes. So this is another observed tornado that is on the ground by storm spotters. Have confirmed this. That's moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. All right, so we got the movement on these storms. These are all shifting off into the northeast with a slight movement to movement to the east, and then they're also at the same time building kind of what they call back building further south as well. So we're starting to see that first initiation further south into further into Emporia, and as well as into Newton, and then getting into the Wichita area. So the warm front's coming through Indy right now. So you got the warm front heading through Indy, and then you got the cold front that follows. So that's going to be, making the atmosphere a little bit more unstable. And we were watching the high resolution guidance earlier. You have some morning activity in around Chicago and Indiana, but it looks like it flares up again in the afternoon hours ahead of that cold front into Indiana as we head into tomorrow. As that cold front will stall, you know, eventually into Saturday, it'll be, towards like here, this area, and then it'll lift back up as a warm front. Yeah, this time of year, it's all about cold fronts and backing up as warm fronts. Then they just don't make it. Obviously you get further into the year, the cold fronts only travel so far south, and then they back up as a warm front. That's why May is always so active, because you get these cold fronts that just sit in the midsection of the country, and then they back up as a warm front. Then you have troughs coming in from the west. And if you're in February or March timeframe, that cold front would clear all the way into the Gulf of Mexico, would wipe out the atmosphere, and it would take all the instability with it, and you wouldn't have much severe weather, right? So it clears out, but you don't get that. You never technically cool down. I mean, you cool down for a second, but then it backs up as a warm front. So you're always opening yourself up into the warm sector for more instability. That's why May is the wettest month. Yeah. So I mean, I would say everything's kind of heading towards Lincoln. This is all shifting northeast. So Lincoln's fairly safe now, but it's a matter of time. This is all moving northeast. So it's a matter of time before it's heading to the Lincoln area. This tornado warning right here is all heading northeast, heading east northeast around 50 miles an hour. So this is another confirmed, tornadic. I mean, not tornadic. Severe thunderstorm warning that was capable of producing a tornado, that had extensive straight line winds to it. That was, near the Davenport area, or 6 miles east of Oak, and it was moving east about 50 miles an hour. So, yeah, you're definitely not in the clear into Lincoln. It's just a matter of time before it hits your area, because you got all this you got this squall line heading your way right here. That'll all head your way shortly. Yeah, absolutely. The jet stream. That's where all the cold air is. So yeah, it didn't really, it didn't have that much push for these cold fronts. And then again, it's not that cold. Yes, they're labeled, or I guess they're all labeled as cold fronts, but it's not like they're, further south. It's not much. There's not much cold air. Further to the north, for sure. Um, all right, looks like we got an extension of this is a severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued for parts of Iowa. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that was issued for Iowa, portions of Omaha, into the Glenwood area, Harlan, West Point, Columbus. Not a tornado watch. This is a severe thunderstorm watch. ACKR, thanks so much. Yeah, so this is a severe thunderstorm watch issued for Iowa. It's got capability of producing several tornadoes, scattered hail up to tennis balls. So scattered hail up to tennis ball, that's typically about 2.75. We've seen plenty of that this evening, potential. So that's no different than what we've seen that's happening. So now it's going to be impacting portions of Iowa. That goes until midnight time frame. So this is for parts of Iowa and Nebraska. So we're talking places like West Point, Columbus, Fremont, Omaha, Harlan, Glenwood, Shenandoah. those areas are under that new severe thunderstorm watch that goes until midnight. Am I going to be streaming tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, not probably not tomorrow. I mean, it's a slight risk. I mean, I guess there are going to be severe weather every single day. Um, Probably going to be doing Sunday. That looks to be a little bit more pronounced threat into West Texas. Monday, as of right now, tomorrow's setup doesn't look terribly too bad. Yeah, but the Storm Prediction Center could actually, in fact, go ahead and enhance that threat for Sunday for West Texas. I was just looking at some of the soundings and some of the model data before I came on live here, and um, it showed every bit of the potential for that enhanced risk upgrade. So I would not be surprised if they go ahead and pull the trigger into the overnight hours and go ahead and issue that, even though it's not tomorrow, it's Sunday. But yes, there'll be plenty of times to go live, Aiden. I think you were in Arlington. I think you mentioned it's really probably weakening storms. I would imagine for Dallas on Sunday evening, but I think a better setup would be Monday, a little bit stronger setup, and that looks to be in the afternoon. So that's more of a peak heating afternoon type setup, a lot like this one technically. That's why this one's a little bit definitely more severe tonight and more tornadic. All right, so I don't want to miss any tornado warnings here because it looks like we've got several new ones as we've been talking here. We're still at 5 tornado warnings. Still a very active evening. These are all radar indicated tornadoes currently right now. This one's expiring about 4 minutes. Got another one. Yeah, so definitely active this evening. Yeah, so this is another one that had that straight line winds associated with it. Nothing confirmed at the moment, so nothing confirmed at the moment currently right now. But we're this whole area continues to remain active, and you got this leading edge of the squall line. Let me just zoom out. So it looks like there's going to be bits and pieces of this is going to be forming into that squall line. There's also going to be bits and pieces that are going to be more discrete. So, typically along a squall line, you can get isolated spin ups, which is what we're probably seeing right now. But this is not a linear squall line. There are some hooks to it. That's why it's not as pronounced as more of a linear just squall line yet. So we're still more discrete. It's not fully connected. There's essentially 3 or 4 different areas of concern that has thunderstorms that to it. So there's segments that it's both. There's segments that are together more linear, and there's segments that still discrete. But yes, there's definitely new activity forming further south, heading into Florence, Wichita, those areas further south near I-35, and those will just build into the evening hours, heading into Oklahoma eventually. Probably the next, I would say by 8:30 or so, they're probably going to be entering into portions of far northern Oklahoma here. Yeah, and there's that watch. This is the brand new watch that I highlighted earlier. Now you can actually see it in the red here. Yeah, so here's that watch, scattered damaging winds, isolated gust of up to 75 miles an hour. We could be looking at some very large hail potential. Atmosphere is capable of 2.5 inch type hail, or possible tornado or twos. Can't be ruled out, even though it's not a tornado watch. It is a severe thunderstorm watch. The atmosphere is still capable of producing a tornado within this area. So, oh wow. Just trying to see if I missed anything. All right, so let's expand the view. Let's look at the big picture again, as we're just kind of watching this whole thing just kind of really come to fruition tonight through the Central Plains here. So it's been a very active evening. It continues to be active. It looks to remain active at least through the midnight time frame. And this is going to be looking at a kind of a squall line into the overnight hours, heading off to the east. A weakening squall line at that, as as the cold front will be racing up, you know, ahead of this boundary here. Yeah, so let's look at the high resolution guidance again. It looks like there's new people watching the stream. So let's look at the latest update. I let that run, and then we'll look at it together. All right, so here's where we're at. This is the latest HRRR. This kind of gives you an idea of the newest guidance of convection for the next 18 or so hours or so. So let's walk you through time. This is about 10 o'clock. So you can see all the activity over Wichita now is going to be a little bit more prevalent as we get into the 10 o'clock time frame through Lincoln. So someone asked about Lincoln. So it'll be over Lincoln by then at 10 o'clock, probably sooner than that. It's just it continues through Lincoln, through Omaha, through Topeka, heading towards Kansas City. It's over by Sioux Falls. It's going to be heading towards Des Moines. And then this is a little bit more pronounced as it gets into Wichita. These little bubblers, that's not always a good sign. So these are little discrete supercells. So those are indications of some pretty large hail producers in its path. These are remaining discrete. So that is definitely not a good sign. And then this continues into the evening hours. So this is about 1 o'clock in the morning. So about 1 o'clock in the morning, it'll head through Independence. It'll head through Warrensburg, through Bartlesville, heading into Tulsa. You'll have a wake up call into Stillwater with a nasty squall line moving through, heading into possibly the Oklahoma City area by then. You can see the surface low expand as it expands and gets wider. It loses it's not as compact, right? So it loses in its intensity and its wake. So I highlighted this earlier. These are more of a bow segment. So whenever you see the radar trying to push out like this is always an indication of some higher wind gusts. So that's why they've got some 75 mile per hour wind gust potential, maybe even a little higher than that, not out of the question. And so we watch this move through time. As we get into the morning hours and the 7 o'clock time frame, the further south it gets, the more it's going to hit a cap, more of a stout cap over the Metroplex into Dallas. That's just going to just kind of all fall apart. And this will continue through Springfield. This will head into near Chicago into say the 8 o'clock time frame. So by 8 o'clock, it should be 8, 9, 10 o'clock, heading through Chicago into Indianapolis. And eventually this cold front will stall. It'll stall towards into the afternoon hours, somewhere into central Texas. Was that 18 hours? Okay, so yeah, it only goes out 18 hours, but that's through noon. I think it stalls out about 3 or 4. So 3 or 4 is probably a little bit more activity. So as more sun, it doesn't go out further than this, but we should have more activity over Illinois and Indiana by then, with this tail of the front stalling, somewhere around this area. Yeah. And then that's about as far southeast it goes, and then it lifts back up as a warm front. And then as that does, that'll create more instability in it and within the cold front. All right. So let's go back to live coverage now. All right, so it looks like we've got 3 active tornado warnings, some numerous tornado, severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got several tornado warnings, but nothing observed at the moment. So we're kind of seeing a tad bit of a lull in the activity right now. So it's always a good thing. But you can see these little anytime you see these purples on the map, that's always an indication of some very heavy rainfall within these areas, and that's always makes it harder. I mean, it's going to be nighttime shortly. The sun is going down. These are a lot of rain wrapped, so it's going to be becoming more dangerous into the overnight hours as these are going to be becoming more rain wrapped. Obviously, it's going to be harder to see at night with it, complete darkness. So that just intensifies the severe, threat. You can't see these things. So yeah, even though we got a lot of spotters on the ground, it's going to be a lot harder to see these things as we get into the evening hours. So we rely on a lot of lightning flashes. Lightning produces light, and you'll be able to see maybe funnels trying to touch the surface. We rely on more radar data. More eyes, the better. But it definitely becomes a little bit, obviously, more. It's a little bit harder as you get into the evening hours. Yeah, I still can't believe they forecasted DVD size type hail in Oklahoma. Looking at some of that high resolution guidance, that's more of a squall line. So we'll just have to see if that actually uh, holds true or not. But that doesn't look like to happen until the overnight hours. That could be past the midnight time frame. And I certainly can't promise you I'll be on here by midnight. Are you going to stay up? Well, I mean, as a lot of this activity, you know, winds down towards 11 and 12 o'clock. I mean, it definitely doesn't look nearly as bad as we pass the midnight time frame. Yeah, I'll stay up as long as I can. I woke up early. And if I'm going to do a video tomorrow, I'm going to have to do it early because my son's got a 9 o'clock soccer game. So that means I got to be there. That means we got to be there at 8:30. That means we got to leave the house by 8. Soccer, soccer. But when school ends in 3 weeks, nothing's happening. It's like it's really active right now. But then, of course, school ends and he's playing rec in, like plus orchestra and something every day. Hmm. All right, so let's put the movement on these storms and see where we're at with this activity. Let me switch radars, get a better feel. All right, so let's expand the view and check out the activity so far. All right, so we're heading into 7:40. So we're at 7:40 time frame. So we're watching a lot of severe activity tonight into southeastern Nebraska, into central Kansas. So where they do have numerous tornado watches in place. We've got tornado watches further south into Oklahoma that extend basically into the Red River, and nothing further south into Texas. So this whole boundary is going to be building further south into the evening hours and kind of form more of a squall line type setup. And these will push off to the east as we head into the overnight time frame, kind of losing a lot of its severe criteria. A lot of these watches go until midnight. A lot of them do expire at midnight. The way it looks now, I don't see too many being extended further than that. They just don't look as severe going into the after midnight time frame as they do for the next 4 or 5 hours. But I think as we get more daytime heating tomorrow, as we get closer to the 4 and 7 o'clock time frame over Illinois and over Indiana, I think but they do have that slight risk for severe weather, and I think some of those are going to be on the more on the severe side with once they tap into more daytime heating again. Wow, that's some big hell. They took out that entire windshield. I mean, you hate to see it. So much, so much damage tonight with the hail. All right, so we're starting to get a lot more activity near the Abilene area. That's where we had that confirmed tornado earlier. We're still getting some pretty big hailstones coming out of there. Not nearly as prolific as it was earlier. And we're watching more activity building further south into Wichita, into Florence here, into central Kansas. And a lot of that is just going to build further south into the overnight hours. Now let's zoom back into this cell by gauge because this one still seems tornadic. I mean, this has been a tornado warning for a good bit now. So at 7:40, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was 9 miles east of Beatrice. So 9 miles east of Beatrice, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado. Have some $half size hail. This is for Johnson County in southeastern Nebraska, as well as Gage County in southeastern Nebraska. Locations in its path from this storm are going to be the Sterling area. And so this goes until your 8:30 time frame uh, into Nebraska here. And yeah, right there. I mean, right by the Philly area, we're seeing that confirmation here that that rotation here, just east, basically east of Philly here, as this is moving northeast. Yeah, it looks like it's Highway 50. If I expand the view, this is just basically south of Nebraska City, just north of the Beatrice area. Yeah, definitely rotation on radar for sure. As this continues to through, it'll be near the Syracuse area around 8 o'clock. So Syracuse around 8 o'clock time frame. So let's go back and put some of these warnings back on, and we'll talk about the warnings and where these are tonight. Oh, did they remove that? Huh? They took away the warning in Oklahoma City. The watch. Mm. Yeah, there was a watch earlier for Oklahoma City. Yeah, so they removed it. Wow. Okay, that's pretty significant. They basically removed it altogether. Maybe they sent more weather balloons out and they said the cap was too strong for this area. But yeah, the entire state of Oklahoma was under that tornado watch. Central Texas, Central Oklahoma, and they have removed it. Because we were watching, they issued that and said, hey, we could be looking at DVD size hail, but we were watching the HRRR model and it just mainly looked like a squall line that's going to be moving through. So yeah, I made, several runs from that HRRR said, hey, this is probably not gonna be as bad as originally thought. So they went ahead and removed it. Yeah, so it looks like the latest from the National Weather Service in Oklahoma, the cap did break today, but the storms were moving into a region where the cap was still strong. So that's why they say, hey, maybe they jumped the gun too soon there and issued that. Looking at the cap, but it broke where it was, but where it's going, it's still pretty strong, still pretty strong. So now that just goes to show you guys. I mean, earlier they were talking, hail up to DVD type size, right? That's the difference in a setup like this. The cap is strong, and you're not going to get much of anything. You do get some storms, but they might not be on the severe side, or they might not be tornadic or bigger hail producers. Just more of a damaging wind threat. Versus, hey, there's no cap or it's very, very weak, and we've got, softball size hail, and we've got tornadic supercells, maybe some EF2 type variety. That's the difference. That's, and sometimes it can be the difference of, 1 to 2 degrees of just breaking the cap, that warm air aloft in these setups. So yeah, that's a good thing. So it definitely appears that Oklahoma City has been removed from that tornado watch that was going to expire at midnight. All right, so that is definitely the best news of the night. That we won't have to be worried about those storms moving further south, or not terribly too concerned with the overnight hours. That's the last thing you want to see in the overnight hours, is that really significant threat. All right, so let's put the movement on these storms again. Yeah, so it continues to remain active. Let's take these let's take the watch off. Let me take this severe thunderstorm watch off. Severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so there's another tornado warning for southern Johnson County. So this is a southern Johnson County issued by the Omaha, Nebraska National Weather Service. So at 7:49, so a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located 14 miles northeast of Blue Springs. So 14 miles northeast of Blue Springs, or 17 miles east of Beatrice, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be near, like, say, the Sterling area. This goes on until 8:15. So this is yet another tornado warning that just unfolded about this area and those deep purples there. And if we take a look at the velocity here, you can kind of you can oh okay, so yeah, you can definitely see why they went ahead and issued that warning there. Is this a new one? So yeah, this is another warning they just issued. All right, yeah, that was at 7:40 near Gage County in southeastern Nebraska. That circulation is fairly evident here. Yeah, this area right here is why they issued the tornado warning right now. That's all heading northeast. That's heading towards the Syracuse area eventually. So those areas need to take cover of this radar indicated tornado that's continue to push northeast. And it looks like it's holding together too. I mean, that circulation is definitely holding together on several frames here. All right, so we're watching this northern sector actually trying to form into more of a squall line now. It's not as discreet as it was earlier, for sure. Yeah, Oklahoma, they only had that hail. They only had that severe. Oh wow, that's some pretty big size hail. That was earlier near Enterprise. That's when the atmosphere said it went up to softball size hail in Enterprise. So I'm starting to see some bigger hailstones come out of that area, or at least more visuals on it. Hey, weather on the go. Funnel cloud spotted south of Lincoln, Nebraska, with the tornado warning storms in southeastern Nebraska. All right, so let's head into that storm. Okay, so that storm that had that velocity on it. Okay, yeah, that one right there. That's still showing that rotation. That's heading north through eventually heading up to Syracuse. So we're watching this rotation right here through County Road 41. This is all moving northeast. So at any time, that's probably going to be possibly lower into the surface here. Hey, Eleonora. Hey, thanks for coming on, watching the live feed. Hey, I know you're in New York, so obviously this isn't hitting New York, but hey, I appreciate you coming on and watching some of the coverage here. All right, so we're watching an active night ahead through southeast Nebraska, through central Kansas here, as these storms continue to show signs of rotation. At times they have funnels, and at times they have confirmed tornadoes that have lowered and touched to the surface. We've kind of lost count at this point. I think we've seen 5 or 6 confirmed tornadoes, to my knowledge. We've had several for sure. All right, so let's expand the view. Yeah, I left the hail tracker on so you can kind of get an idea of some of the heavier hail has fallen. This evening. It's just been a very active night on the hail front for sure. Yeah, so let's look at that cell further south of there, and if that's showing anything. No, it's just that same area. This is the same area that's continue to be holding together. This is the area that's holding together, and I would imagine if this continues, they would just extend this tornado warning further northeast here. So it looks like it's crossing over, heading towards in between Syracuse and Bonnet, maybe possibly heading towards the Weeping Water area. Yeah, gives you an idea of where some of that. Oh, total tornado warnings, whether to go. Yeah, there were six. There were 6 of them at one time, for sure. I mean, um, Yeah, I'm going to take a peek at the storm reports. All right, today's the 29th. Yeah, so far we've had 6 tornado reports. These are updating as we speak. Yeah, one was in Florida earlier, actually. Yeah, brief tornado. There was a brief tornado earlier in Florida, 3 in Nebraska and 2 in Kansas. That's what's been, reported so far that has made the storm reports. Confirmed 2.5-inch hail near Furnace, Nebraska. Just trying to pick out some of these larger hails. 1.25-inch hail. Yeah, so these will constantly update. Obviously, this is very, very unfolding. This is kind of more or less happening right now. So these are updating as the reports come in to the National Weather Service. Looks like they made it back home. Let me go south. It looks like we have a confirmed tornado. This is a confirmed tornado in Kansas. So this is issued by Topeka at 7:58. Confirmed tornado was located 4 miles north of Tampa. 4 miles north of Tampa, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Emergency management has confirmed this tornado. This is mainly over mainly rural areas, maybe south central Dickinson County, but it is in fact a confirmed tornado that is on the ground until 8:30 for central Dickinson County and central Kansas here of this tornadic supercell that's kind of just popped up further south here. Yeah, you can see it. You can actually see it here near Durham. This is near the Durham area. Was this where they had it earlier? I could remember Durham earlier. Looks like this is possibly their second confirmed tornado near the Durham area tonight. Because I was thinking there was one earlier. It was north of Carlton. But I definitely remember Durham. All right, let me expand this. Okay, so you can actually see it. I mean, this is what we're talking about here. This is the confirmed tornado right here by the Durham area. There's Highway 15. This is all heading towards Tampa. So this is the city of Tampa. So if you live in Tampa, you need to be in your safe zone immediately. We do have confirmed tornado on the ground by emergency storm spotters. This tornado lifting northeast here, heading towards maybe Hope, heading towards the Hurrington areas. Yeah, very tight. Yeah, it's just literally right there. This one little spot. It's probably a very small tornado, but it has been confirmed a tornado. You can see it actually kind of tighten it up as it heads towards the Durham area. But yes, we are watching this confirmed tornado as we speak. near the Durham area, issued by the Topeka, Kansas National Weather Service into south central Dickinson County here in central Kansas. It has been confirmed by an emergency management. This was a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. This is heading northeast. It's heading towards the Tampa area. So those areas need to be in your safe zone as this will continue to push across to the northeast, heading towards Hope, eventually maybe heading towards the Highway 77 area. And you can actually see there's actually a little bit more rotation here too, out ahead of it. Mm. Switch radars here. All right, so yeah, so as you can see, as we're watching this storm, builds to the south into Wichita, they're obviously more discreet, right? So when they're more discreet like that, that's when they can be a little bit stronger on the stronger variety. So we'll watch the areas further south and out ahead of the squall line. Those are always the areas of instability, basically still in the warm sector. Back behind it, the atmosphere is more or less cleared out. So, if you live in, say the Hastings area, I would imagine you're going to be done for the severe threat this evening, as this is already going to be past your area right now. And this is all shifted east, but it's heading towards Lincoln. It'll be on your doorstep in Lincoln shortly, heading towards the Omaha area. This will eventually head towards Topeka. So if you live in Topeka, it's only a matter of time, and it'll be heading your way. It's over the city of Manhattan right now. Manhattan's getting pummeled with very heavy rain and really strong thunderstorms, and that neck of the woods. But you can see back behind you, there's not much. So it's a pretty quick squall line that's going to be moving through. All right, so I'll leave this right here, and I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Hey, I just called my daughter in Joplin, and my daughter that lives here is going to spend the night at my house with the grandkids. All right. Oh man, you counted 50 to that's just a number, 50 to 55 severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. It's been active. There's no question about that. It's been numerous warnings here. All right, so we got one, looks like one, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, six tornado warnings right now. And that one still observed in Dickinson. So let's head back down further south into the Dickinson area. And okay, so it's yeah, basically southeast of Tampa right now. Went through Durham. Yeah, so this is that same tornado we were talking about earlier. Very subtle, probably a little small spin up, but it's heading towards Ramona and Lost Springs area. Ramona and Lost Springs as it heads northeast. So funnel cloud southwest of Hanover. That was earlier from Reed Timmer. Yeah, we were talking about that storm. Let's see. Let's go back to the national. Let's go back to the Storm Prediction Center. Um, looks like the 8 o'clock update came in. So let's see if they changed anything on the severe risk tonight. All right. So, gosh, if anything, it looks like they expanded the moderate risk. All right. So this is the latest update. Looks like it updated about 8 o'clock. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. So they went ahead and kept the moderate risk in place for Lincoln, Topeka, and to portions of Nebraska here and Kansas. And then the expanded enhanced risk from Omaha to Grand Island to Kansas City, all the way to Bartlesville. And they went ahead and capped the slight risk for Tulsa and Oklahoma. I would imagine that's more of a damaging wind threat with that squall line moving through the overnight hours. And I guess for safekeeping, they went ahead and kept the marginal risk. So they just went ahead and kept the safe zone and more or less repeated the 3 o'clock advisory. Maybe expanded the moderate risk just a tad bit as this has moved further southeast. Okay, so I was just curious what they upgraded to. All right, so it looks like we have another confirmed tornado. We have another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It appears at 8:10. There was a confirmed tornado located over Wamago, moving east at 35 miles an hour. A radar confirmed tornado, which is now confirmed near the Wamego or a Bellevue area. This is for southeastern, oh gosh, Potawatomi counties. Yeah, so this is another tornado warning that just got issued for that is an observed tornado. This is for this is Wabasee County, Wabasee, Kansas. This is an observed tornado, and those areas that goes on till. Let me just look at some of the velocities on here. Okay, so this is east of Manhattan. So yes, as those storms came out of Manhattan along that leading edge there, it is showing the rotation that warranted the tornado that appears to be on the ground right now, heading towards Bellevue here in the County Road 24. As this is continuing to lift across to the northeast here. Yeah, I appreciate everybody follow the help from Weather to Go tonight. He also has a YouTube channel as well, so you can head over to there and give him a follow as well. He puts out pretty good, great reports, and so I appreciate all of his help tonight. But yeah, his YouTube channel is Weather on the Go, so you can head over there and give him a sub. Hey, Wichita, just got a message to take shelter. Yeah, so we're on that tornado warning down here by Bellevue. And this is the one earlier in Dickinson that's still showing that rotation as well through Shady Brook. This is another confirmed tornado near the Dickinson area. That was at 8:06. That was another severe thunderstorm cable producing tornado that was near the Harrington area, moving east at 35 miles an hour. It had some golf ball size hail. This is for southeastern Dickinson County, western Morris County, in Topeka. So this is the one that weather spotters reported a funnel around 8:06. There was a confirmed funnel, and it looks to be like a second circulation, possibly over Woodbine. So this was a second circulation over the Woodbine area. First, a funnel near Harrington, and a second circulation over the Woodbine area. All right, so we're watching yeah, several tornado warnings tonight as it remains very active this evening across Kansas into northeast and Nebraska. Yeah, I think yeah, let me exit out, exit back in. I think I was clicking too fast and this no. All right, so we're still watching several tornado warnings that have had observed tornadoes on them. Uh, this was another at 8:15, a confirmed tornado that was located near the Gosel area, or 6 miles south of Hillsboro, that was moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. It's got some golf ball size hail associated with it. It has been confirmed by weather spotters. This is another confirmed tornado. It's going to be near the Hillsboro area around 8:20 time frame. So near Hillsboro, you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this confirmed tornado for northwestern Harvey County and south central Kansas, as well as western Marin County and central Kansas. This is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters, going to be near the I-35 corridor, mile markers 33 and 40 range. As this is goes on until about 8:15, 8:45 time frame. Oh, you can see the little gust front. You see this little gust front here? This is more of an outflow boundary. This is going to be trying to produce storms out ahead of it. So this is as this is pushing through. This is back building further south, and this is a little gust front. This will help trigger new storm development as this continues to push south. So we'll watch this area here as it heads toward Wichita. But I would imagine in another 5 minutes or so, we'll be watching thunderstorms along this line. Yeah, it looks like the sun is setting on the radar. As the sun sets, it doesn't see the gray anymore. It has to turn black because it's getting dark. I know it's kind of weird, but that's what's happening with the radar here. All right, so we got numerous tornado warnings. It's still continues to remain active. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7 active actually tornado warnings as we speak, and then 2 of them are confirmed at the moment. So it's definitely active this evening, and continues to remain active. Yeah, 4 confirmed tornadoes on the ground as we speak. Yeah, so here's the one in Marion. Okay, so here's the one in Marion by Hillsboro here. You can definitely see the circulation near Hillsboro and into the Marion area. This is also moving across to the east here. So starting to get it very active here in the Kansas area tonight as this low-level jet is really taking its toll onto the Central Plains. Yeah, strong tornado moving toward White City and Parkerville, Kansas. White City and Parkerville, Kansas. Uh, yeah, so here's another tornado warrant, confirmed tornado. At 8:19, a tornado was producing a storm was over Bellevue. So the storm was over Bellevue. This was moving east at 50 miles an hour. So the cities in its path of this tornado are St. Mary's, Hoyt, Bellevue, Emmett, and Delia. Those areas will be under the gun of seeing tornadic supercell heading your way, confirmed by spotters of this tornado that is on the ground into northeastern Kansas here into Jackson County, issued by Topeka National Weather Service with this confirmed tornado. And it's, man, look at that. It's produced some nasty hell. That's a 2.7 right there. That's a tennis ball just north of Louisville here. That's some pretty significant hell it's dropping in its path. So yes, we've got 3 confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now in the Kansas area. Things are really getting active this evening into central Kansas as okay. Yeah, so it's coming out of Wamego into St. Mary's. There's another one right here that's coming out of Wamego and going into St. Mary's here, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Oh wow! So here's a yeah, still on the ground north of Rose Hill. So confirmed tornado on the ground near Rose Hill, Kansas, right now. As we speak, I've got a picture on it. I'm retweeting on my Twitter feed here. Yeah, so if you're not following on Twitter, starting to be a little bit more active on Twitter. I noticed I just hit 900 followers on Twitter. So there's my Twitter feed. You can go there and give me a follow on Twitter. I'm going to be a lot more active from now on my Twitter account. It looks like there's a possible significant tornado on the ground earlier in Harrington. That was a storm earlier that we were on into Harrington. It looks like there was a bigger tornado that was on the ground near the Harrington, Kansas area this evening. Finish line graph. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for following on Twitter. All right, so things are really starting to crank up here into the plains, into the overnight hours. Now, as it's starting to turn dark, the sun is setting in a lot of places. It's pretty much gone here. It's 8:30, so yeah, so we're losing our daylight. We're losing a lot of our visual sightings as well. So it's starting to become more dangerous. Wow, that's a large tornado, guys. Large tornado on the ground in Kansas. Where is that at? Yeah, so confirmed. One of these is pretty big tornado into Kansas earlier. That was about 15 minutes ago. Doesn't have a city on here, but that's a fairly large tornado. That's definitely on the ground for sure. Oh wow. Yeah, look at this area by White City, guys. Look, I mean, you can almost see like a hook trying to form on the south side of White City, and you got spots of rotation near Parkerville. That's just on the southwest side there. So, oh, that's a large tornado, guys, in Parkerville. Yeah, so we're starting to see the coefficient signatures pretty prolific here and here in the Parkerville area, and you can actually see this little dip on the hook. This is all trying to wind up on the southwest side, trying to lift that debris up in the atmosphere here. This is a fairly large tornado that is on the ground right now. So it's starting to get really active. We've got numerous tornado warnings starting to pop up here. We got one. Ooh, we have another tornado warning, Butler, Kansas. Let's head over there. All right, so this is another confirmed tornado that was located over Andover. Confirmed tornado located over Andover, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This is northwestern Butler County. Northwestern Butler County. The tornado will be near Augusta and Benton by 8:35. Towanda around 8:45, and Dorado around 9:05 this evening. This is weather spotters have confirmed this damaging tornado. This is northwestern Butler County until 9 o'clock. Those areas need to be in your safe zone. Also, looks to appear to be going to be near the El Dorado airport as well, and the Augusta Municipal Airport. So this looks to appear a damaging tornado that is on the ground right now, near Augusta here, moving northeast, heading towards the Benton area, just maybe northeast of going into Towanda. So if I move this out, and that gust front down further to the south is getting a little bit more pronounced as well. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. This is the most at one time tonight. We have 7 tornado warnings currently right now, with 2 confirmed. So let's head up here towards Harvey, Kansas. This is another confirmed tornado that was over the Hillsboro. Weather spotters confirmed. This was moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is really moving 55 miles an hour, northeastern Harvey and western Marin counties. Locations in its path are going to be, say, around Marin Lake areas, western Marin counties. This is another weather, confirmed spotters have confirmed this tornado that is on the ground into northeastern Harvey and western Marin counties. Yeah, so it's hitting an environment that really hadn't been worked over this evening. So these are developing further south. We saw it earlier. Just new development down here towards Wichita. Wasn't severe at the moment, but now it's been kind of hanging around and is getting more pronounced. And as it does, it's turning severe, and some of that has turned tornadic as well. And this is a tornado warning as well along this leading edge. So you always look at along the leading edge of these boundaries here. So at 8:28, there was another severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado that was located near White City. So that was the one over White City, 1 miles west of Parkerville. So 1 miles west of Parkerville, moving east about 40 miles an hour. So also had some ping pong size hail with it as well. Going to be near Dwight and Parkerville. That goes until 8:45, so probably another 12 minutes or so. As this activity has, I mean, you can see it actually the hook trying to form on radar too. Hey, Debbie. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, new severe thunderstorm watch issued for parts of Missouri and Iowa until 4 a.m. Of course, into the overnight hours. Yeah, so the severe thunderstorm watch was issued for parts of Iowa, Kansas, and Missouri. This is a brand new watch, goes until 4 o'clock in the morning for Creston, into St. Joseph, Maryville, into Clinton, Trenton, Warrensburg, Kansas City. Those areas are under the watch. Could include some 80-mile-per-hour winds. So that's the most significant we've seen so far tonight. We watched, the HRRR model earlier had some of that bow segments out. We talked about it, bowing out, which would, if it did that, we had some higher wind gusts. So now we're talking 80 miles an hour potentially with that squall line into the evening hours. And there it is. It just popped up here, so you can get a visual on it. There's the new severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 4 o'clock. That includes the Clinton area, Garner, the Grain Valley area. That'll head towards Maryville, into Trenton, and to Cameron. So Kansas City is also under the gun there. So all this activity is slowly shifting off to the east. And as it does so, it's going to be going into the overnight hours. So 4 o'clock in the morning, that's the last thing you want to see in those areas of going to be a rough night. So definitely stay weather aware into the overnight hours with those very straight, strong straight line winds. And you could have some quick spin ups. Indianapolis, I think that's going to hit, further into, there's going to be a morning swath. But then, you're into the afternoon hours tomorrow afternoon. I think that's when you start getting hit with more impacts into Indianapolis. But yes, several watches have been issued. They have not been tornado watches. They've been severe thunderstorm watches. So all these areas here are under that tornado watch. Those are the ones in yellow. So that's all the activity that we have right now. These go until further to the north until 9, further to the south until 11. And then once those expire, that'll be going into a severe thunderstorm. Hey, quit. There's a toy under my desk. Okay, hey. Y'all get out of here. Go. Come get him. Go. Roxy, out. They're about to scrap under the desk there. They're fighting over a toy. Oh, yeah, my dogs. All right. All right, so let's take the watches off so you can actually see it better. Yes, that was sunny. Yeah, I was showing her earlier, but I had to get them out of the room because the other dog, my Jack Russell, was also in here, and apparently there was a toy that landed right under my feet, and they were stalking each other. so, yeah, I had before they got too feisty, I had to separate them. All right. Okay. So yeah, look at that. It's actually transferred. I mean, it's transferred into a pretty big squall line. This is what some of the high resolution models did indicate earlier what was going to happen. Probably a little bit sooner than what it is displaying right now. But nevertheless, this has appeared to form into more of a more of a squall line. It appears as this is moving through. Did I take? Okay, yeah, there it is. Thought I lost it there for a second. All right, so let's go back to that tornado near Marion, Kansas here that still goes on to about another 4 minutes. Um, let's see if we can still see it on the velocities here. Um, yeah, well, it's not even in the warned area anymore. It's right here. Yeah, it's in between Marion and Antelope. In between Marion and Antelope, we're still seeing that circulation with this cell that's moving east here. We'll see if they'll continue that tornado warning, in its path. When you say Indianapolis has a big impact tomorrow, getting into the evening, do you mean like chance for tornadoes? There's still some possibility of tornadoes. It's going to be it's a slight risk. Like it's nothing like tonight. Definitely nothing like tonight. But you can't rule out maybe a quick spin up. Um, but we'll see. I mean, we have several updates between now and then, but these are one of these events. They throw out outflow boundaries, they throw out gust fronts. You know, when it's going to be so active, like what we're seeing in the models. What happens tonight can have a big influence of what happens tomorrow. Depends on where all the activity flies. So it could lessen the threat or enhance the threat. Um, but right now, it appears definitely not as pronounced as what we're seeing tonight. Hey, Sue. I appreciate you, Sue. You're awesome. Um, Is it gonna die down when it gets to the Kansas Missouri border? No, they went ahead and expanded the severe thunderstorm watch. We just had it up there about 5 minutes ago. But no, it'll this just continues into further into Kansas City, into Missouri, into the overnight hours. They just issued a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. Here, let me get out of my software and get back in. It's acting funny. All right, that's better. Sometimes it needs refreshing. It was just acting glitchy. All right. All right. So we got some areas that have we saw activity earlier that has now pushed or pushed the area. So it looks like into Abilene, where it was pretty active. Chapman earlier. Now now that it's actually continued to push further east. So you had all that activity earlier, and now it's definitely showing signs of weakening there, and probably going to be done for the night in those areas. But look at all the hail on the south side there. Man, that's just been prolific with numerous quarter golf ball, some up to 2-inch diameter type variety. There's been pockets of tennis balls in there. So it's definitely been a big hell producer evening for sure, right along this boundary here. Let's go back to that storm in Butler. So this was the one that had the confirmed tornado earlier. Now that looks like has subsided a little bit. It was over Tawanda. It was near Tawanda and Augusta. Um, right now, it appears that it has probably wind down, but it still has that tornado warning with it as this continues to push across further east. Mm. Yeah, definitely be cautious near windows. This type of hail will go through the windows and shatter all the glass. So you just need to stay away from the windows in this type of environment. From any flying projectiles with all this tornadic activity moving through the overnight hours now. All right, so here's kind of a bigger view on what we're looking at for the evening. We're seeing the activity really starting to die down back behind into Hayes and to Salina near Abilene. You're pretty much done for the evening. There's trying to see some wraparound on this low pressure system. I don't think that's going to happen until tomorrow morning. Probably not on the severe side, but probably more storms is going to be wrapping on the backside. But out ahead of it, there's a leading edge into Omaha through Lincoln. Um, it's going to be heading towards the Kansas City area, probably the next, probably after 10 o'clock time frame. It's going to be starting to impact the Kansas City area, maybe even later than that, because mainly this is moving northeast, but slowly jogging east. But it's definitely having a hard time building south, that's for sure. It's not forming any time quick. It's feeling the strength of the cap the further south it gets. Yeah, it appears right now in Indianapolis, Indiana, those areas only have about a 2% chance of a minimal tornado risk tomorrow. Yes, we're watching these storms move through Kansas now. It's been a very active evening. We've got several several tornado warnings. Let's go down to the south side here, and we'll look at this activity down further south at 8:46. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was over Eureka, that was moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas over central Greenwood County. That includes the following counties of Eureka as well as Eureka Airport. So yes, severe tornado warning for central Greenwood County until 9:15. So central Greenwood County until 9:15. Those areas does in fact have a radar indicated tornado with this supercell as it's continued to be fairly amplified in Kansas here. Okay, you can actually see the circulation here just north of Eureka. This is what prompted the tornado warning right north of County Road 54 here, as this whole area is showing signs of rotation as this is lifting off into the northeast here. Just put the velocity on. We'll just go around and look at areas of rotation. So there's more rotation within Eureka here, but it definitely still has that tornado warning. And if we zoom in here, this is just east of Tawanda. This was another area that had a confirmed tornado there earlier. That same circulation has continued to push through El Dorado. Yeah, let's go back to Butler again. It looks like that tornado has come back in Butler. So this was the one that had earlier. It appeared it lowered again. So at 8:51, there was a confirmed tornado that was located over El Dorado, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This is a damaging tornado spotted by weather spotters. Locations are going to be El Dorado at 9 o'clock. So if you live in the El Dorado community, you need to be in your safe zone immediately with this confirmed tornado by weather spotters down there into south central Kansas into Butler County. We're talking, it's near, kind of get your bearings, Interstate 35, say mile markers 67 through and 90. If you happen to be on the road with this cell that's moving across into Kansas this evening, this whole area near Butler, they had a confirmed tornado earlier. It appears we have a second one that's now unfolding as we speak. Okay, so I'm looking at the updated storm reports. Now we have 11. We have 11 tornado reports now. We had 6 earlier, just about 20 minutes ago. We now have 11. So yes, we have seen a lot of activity tonight with 11 tornado reports. One was in Florida, but the rest have been, this evening in Nebraska and Kansas. Yeah, so we're about it's 9 o'clock. Most of these tornado watches does expire 11 o'clock. One's at 9 o'clock, so one's actually about to expire here shortly. Let's put back that tornado watch. And when is that? Yeah, so further to the north, the tornado watch actually expires at 9 o'clock. Further south, it expires at 11. All right, so let's look at this cell up towards Denison here. Looks like this is about to expire in about 3 minutes, but at 8:49, there was a severe thunderstorm capable producing tornado that was located 2 miles, 2 miles northwest of Maheda, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Hey, Stormy. Yeah, 11, a 50% chance within a 2 or 3 mile radius. I have family there. Hope everyone is okay. Haven't heard anything yet from them. So I appreciate everyone watching my live coverage tonight. We're doing live storm coverage on the activity that's over southeastern Nebraska, central Kansas, and this is trying to build further south. Okay, so yeah, here's the tornado watch. Okay, so so this is the one that expires at 11. So this watch, it's everything that it called for. A few tornadoes. We've seen a few tornadoes. We've seen possibly a couple intense tornadoes. Some were on the larger side. We've seen widespread large hail, isolated very large hail events to 3 inches. We have seen some 3 inches in diameter hail. We have seen some wind gusts of upwards to 70 miles an hour. So we've seen basically everything that when the watch was issued back at 3:35 this afternoon. All that has actually come to fruition tonight, and this watch will continue through 11 o'clock time frame. Further south, this also continues to 11. So they must have expanded that risk until 11 because it did expire at 9. But all the areas in yellow, that is your tornado watch that does continue until 11 o'clock time frame. So it continues to remain active. And then once these expire, the new severe thunderstorm watch is just issued. So that the watch is going to be expired, and this is the new watch that will be issued further east. So, and this goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. So this watch encompasses higher wind gusts because more or less it's transferring into more of a squall line or a nasty bow segment type in the overnight hours. 4 o'clock in the morning, significant wind gust of up to 80 miles an hour, scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So the hail threat does come down a little bit, not 3, but 2. And, a tornado or 2 is possible. So you still have a little bit higher winds, not 70 miles an hour, possibly up to 80 miles an hour, not 3-inch hail, but possibly 2-inch hail type potential at the biggest. And then you can still get a tornado or 2 possible within this sector into the evening hour. So all those areas into the purple here, the red shaded area, that's your severe thunderstorm watch. Those are the areas that could see some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A tornado or 2 is not out of the question. And then some of that larger hail upwards to 2-inch in diameter potential. All right, so we continue to watch this leading edge of this squall line here as it's continue to remain active into the overnight hours. I don't know what's up with the I don't know what's up with the software. Maybe a lot of people are on it or something. Try to get back out and get back in again. It's loading. Espresso, severe thunderstorm watch until 4 o'clock. Hey, Ross. Okay, so it reloaded here. Oh, that's a new warning. This is a brand new warning that's extended further off to the east. So at 9:01, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado that was located near Denison. So this is another tornado warning put out by Pleasant Hill in Missouri. So this is actually Missouri now, Kansas City, Pleasant Hill, Missouri. So this is a radar indicated tornado, our first one in Missouri for the evening, 7 miles northwest of Valley Falls, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So locations are northeastern Kansas here and portions of far portions of Missouri. So we're talking the Atkins area, Atchison area, Effingham, Lancaster, Farmington, Cummings, Arlington, and Porter. So those areas could see some half-dollar size hail. This is a rotating supercell, moving out of Kansas, heading into you know, the beginnings of into the Missouri area, kind of the borderline here, as it's this activity will continue to push across and eventually head towards the Kansas City area. So it's only a matter of time now. Like I mentioned, I think it was about 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock time frame. I think Kansas City is going to be starting to get impacted from these severe storms. But I've been trying to watch this activity through the evening as it's trying to push further south. It's really having a hard time, guys. It's not building further south as pronounced as it was earlier with this activity further to the north. When we started tonight, this was pretty much over North Platte, Broken Bow, Grand Isles, Lincoln, Omaha, up here by Sioux City. Uh, this is all developed further south into the evening hours, but as it, filters further south, it's definitely having a hard time. It's feeling the effects of that cap. We're not seeing any pronouncement further south with these storms developing. And that's part of the reason why they took away that tornado watch earlier, because the cap is just obviously pretty strong in this area. Yeah, here's over the last 30 minutes or so. I mean, not any reformation down south whatsoever. We're not seeing any of that. Yeah, let's go back and look at some of the high resolution data now. Looks like it's been a little bit. All right, so here's let me refresh this. 0Z. Yeah, let that run and filter through, then we'll go back through it. Okay, so this is good. This is the 48-hour run. So this is great. So we'll watch this here. All right, so this has okay, so here's 11 o'clock. So what we're looking at here, so we switch modes here. We're now watching model data. We're watching model data over the next 48 hours. So this is the high resolution guidance. Every 6 hours, this goes up into 48 hours. They just now updated. So this will go out the next 48 hours. So this is good. So one of the reasons why you're probably going to be experiencing the 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the overnight hours is this right here. Look at that. Look at that bowing. So as it bows, the winds get stronger. And that's why we're going to bump up the winds into the overnight hours. So it's a nasty squall line. This looks to be a damaging wind threat into the overnight hours. I mean, obviously 74 miles per hour is hurricane strength. So we're talking potentially 80-mile-per-hour wind gust along the leading edge into Kansas, into as it pushes east into the overnight hours. As we move the clock until 2 a.m., let's expand the view. It does try to build further south. It's really having a hard time, but it does appear it has more activity in Bartlesville, has a little bit of activity in Tulsa, trying to reach Oklahoma City, but it's really struggling. It's definitely struggling for sure. All right, so this tries to back build, not as intense, goes to about 4 o'clock in the morning, probably near Muskogee. That's near Muskogee area. This will be heading towards uh, Stendler, heading through McAllister, probably maybe Fort Smith eventually. This is about 6 o'clock in the morning as you wake up at 6 a.m., heading near St. Louis, near Springfield, near Davenport. Just kind of sporadic activity moving through Indianapolis and, Chicago here. As that big surface low will really start to wind itself down. This is what I meant by the backside. This is what I meant by the backside earlier, where it's clear now in Hastings. This is the backside activity. So you'll get a lull. This won't be severe, but you'll probably get some, light to moderate rain with that activity. And let's continue to expand. 8 a.m. So 8 a.m. Starting to hit that wall of cap further south into Texas. And we've got a little bit heavier activities going to be approaching the Chicago area, but maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. Maybe 10 o'clock in the morning through Rockford, heading towards Milwaukee, heading towards Chicago here. This is a stall. This is a cold front that'll eventually stall out somewhere in central Texas. And then we're getting to the 2 o'clock time frame, right? So 2 o'clock time frame. We're starting to see a little bit more activity starting to bubble up into St. Louis, into Springfield, into Peoria, Davenport, coming out of Cedar Rapids, Rochester. Oh, wow. So, okay. So this really blows up about 5 o'clock. So this is a lot more pronounced than earlier. This is along this cold front, technically. Yeah, right here. This cold front basically stalls. It'll more or less stall out here. But this is why the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted a slight risk for severe weather with this squall line right here that'll be moving across. Pretty intensified as it goes through Indiana. So it looks like it gains intensity, taking advantage of that peak heating into the evening hours. So by this time tomorrow night, we could be looking at some stronger storms into the Bloomington area, into Indianapolis, into Fort Wayne. You see these deeper purples. Yeah, that's definitely an indication of some very strong supercells over this area. This is a lot more pronounced than it was earlier than what we were seeing. So this is the latest run of the high resolution guidance. All right, so this is 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. This will continue, actually trying to continue to push across to the southeast, heading into Cleveland now, heading into Columbus, through Nashville. All right, so then there's the warm front. So there's Sunday. There's the cold front, stalls out. So it stalls out on Sunday. Then it starts to back up. This starts to back up and head north again. So there's the warm front. This is the warm front now, heading north. And then we could be looking at storms over Dallas potentially into the afternoon hours as that warm front will back up as a warm front over Tyler, over Dallas. That's a nasty cell over Garland there. So we could be looking at some stronger storms by then, with complements of that warm front. But then as we get into 7 o'clock, this is why the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted this area. This is a new area that has a slight risk. And these cells are going to look pretty nasty. This is about 7 o'clock. Right now, this is a slight risk for severe weather. This is Sunday. This is Sunday evening. Okay, and that's it. It only goes out that far. Yeah, so that was 48 hours. But yeah, that's the latest. If I take it through, let me just let this run for you so you can actually see this. Yeah, so this goes through Missouri, blows up over Chicago in the morning, gets really intense as we get into the afternoon hours, into the evening hours. Boundary stalls, backs up as a warm front through Dallas. Dry line gets active out in West Texas on Sunday afternoon. All right, so that'll give you an idea of the latest, some of the latest model data. All right, but yes, it still continues to remain active for central Kansas here into Wichita through El Dorado. Yeah, here. This still dumping some really good sized hail in its path near El Dorado. Plenty of 2 inch, plenty of inch and a half, 1.75. That's anywhere from quarter to golf ball size hail there. Hey, Will, when's my next stream? It'll probably be Sunday night. It'll probably be that threat we showed you in West Texas. I probably won't be doing tomorrow night, but Sunday night in West Texas because it looks to be Monday too. So we'll watch those storms in West Texas. Those could be really nasty into into Sunday night there, and that will push east into North Texas into the overnight hours. So that looks to be the plan right now. And going into Monday, looks to be North Texas has another threat, you know. But yeah, tentatively we'll plan on Sunday night. And hey, Parker, yeah, I mean, it's not out of the question. Deratios is definitely a word that could come to fruition here in the next 10 days. We got a lot of heat, a lot of dry soils. Some of these Cape values are pretty extreme from what I've seen in some of the model data. It gets really active. So I would not be surprised if we have some sort of derecho form within the first 10 days of May. It definitely looks really active. Um, yeah, that storm in Butler this evening. Come on. Oh wow. Yeah, so we're watching this new cell over Butler at 9:11. There was a severe thunderstorm 9 miles northeast of Leon, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So this is for east central Butler County. Looks like Butler County has been hit hard this evening. Southwestern Greenwood County, despite the third tornado warning they've had. Um, so yes, we're talking areas of central Butler and southwestern Greenwood counties in Kansas here of another supercell that's developing and showing more rotation within this area. Yeah, it seems like the bots are pretty active tonight. Hey, weather spotters have confirmed that funnel near Topeka. All right, let's head towards Topeka here. So at 9/11, there was a storm located 5 miles north of Harveyville. 5 miles, wow, 65 miles an hour. This one's moving and at 65 miles an hour. So it's really wrapped up in that jet now. So southwestern Shawnee County, east central, northwestern Osage County, and central and east central Kansas. At 9:10, there was a weather spotter that has confirmed a funnel. It did confirm a funnel 5 miles east of Eskridge. 5 miles east of Eskridge, a confirmed funnel by a spotter 5 miles east of Eskridge. So areas are Kansas Turnpike between mile markers 161 and 178. This is Topeka. So this is basically Topeka, Dover, Auburn, and Paulin. Topeka, Dover, Auburn, Paulin. Those areas are in the path of this storm that has confirmed by spotters to show a funnel. So we saw that earlier with funnels that it did in fact lower. So yeah, this is the circulation. Actually, what they're highlighting right now with that funnel that's showing just basically south of Interstate 70 there, just north of Dover, near the Topeka area. And this is definitely a little bit more pronounced than what it was the frame before. So this one looks like it could have a tornado potential if it tries to touch down here. Come on, software. It's definitely a little glitchy now. Try to get out, get back in. Definitely glitchy. All right, it's resetting. There must be a lot of people online right now or something. Okay. All right. Oh wow. So we have a nasty. Okay, so this is a PDS tornado right here. This is at 9:19. We have a confirmed large and extremely damaging tornado located 12 miles east of El Dorado. 12 miles east of El Dorado, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So this is a particularly dangerous situation that you need to take cover right now. A life-threatening situation. Locations in its path are El Dorado State Park. This is a confirmed large, extremely damaging tornado on the ground 12 miles east of the El Dorado area, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So this is our first PDS confirmed tornado that is over. Yeah, right here. This is a pretty nasty spin up here into Pontiac, into Rosella, into Summit here, as we have a damaging, dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now. So let's zoom out and let's look at this a little bit better. Yeah, so this is a PDS tornado that is on the ground right now near the El Dorado area into Kansas. National Weather Service tornado. Yeah, so you can see it right now. It's massive, guys. This is a very large tornado that is on the ground right now near the Rosella area in Kansas until 9:45. This is a very damaging tornado, very life-threatening tornado that you need to be in your safe zone immediately as it looks to be growing in intensity here. This is a scary situation unfolding of a PDS life-threatening situation. Seek shelter immediately within this area. This nasty supercell that's showing a ton of rotation within this within this area here by Rosella. Yeah, it's just covered. This whole area is just covered. We're seeing debris being lofted up in the atmosphere here. Um, you know, numerous hail reports within this area, but this zone right here, this is the nasty tornado that is on the ground right now as we speak. Wow, every frame just gets more pronounced. This is nasty, guys. This is a damaging, very damaging tornado that is on the ground just north of Rosalina here in Kansas. So this whole area needs to take shelter immediately into Ivanpah, into Lapland. If you live in these smaller towns of Thrall, into Teeterville, Burkett, Madison, yeah, all those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately of this large, extremely damaging tornado that is on the ground just east of the El Dorado area. There's Interstate 35. This is east of Wichita. Yeah, all this is unfolding. This is easily the biggest tornado we've seen tonight as it continues to expand and push to the northeast here. Wow. Yeah, we got a visual on that Andover tornado earlier. Took a pretty major hit from a nasty tornado earlier. Yeah, another visual on that Andover tornado. It looks to be about 8:20 that had confirmation of it. The tornado was over Andover earlier. Yeah, it looks like Storm Spotter says he's almost got killed, and Rosalina trying to outrun this tornado. It's a nasty wedge tornado. 5 minutes ago, he's like, "Yeah, I almost got killed trying to outrun this thing." It's a nasty wedge tornado that is confirmed on the ground right now near Rosalina into Kansas here. Wow, that tornado in Andover earlier was really nasty. That was a big one in itself. But this one looks to be the biggest of the night. And this is at night too. Yeah, this is doing a lot of damage in its wake. If we put the rotation on this thing, um, we saw it really look at really blow up as it went over Rosalina. Look at that. Not as pronounced as it was, but man, it really intensified. All right, so you're watching live coverage from this nasty tornado, this PDS tornado, producing a very strong dynamic. Looks to be by spotters of a wedge tornado that is on the ground right now and causing significant damage. So here's the setup. It's going through Ivanpah. So it's about Ivanpah is going to take a direct hit from this nasty tornado. This will continue if it remains on the ground. It will be near Lapland as well. There's Thrall, there's Utopia, but if it does hold together, it'll be near Hamilton by 10:07. So we'll see if it holds together that long. But it's nasty, guys. But yes, this has been a dangerous night. This large wedge tornado is on the ground right now, doing significant damage in its path. Yeah, I'm seeing numerous supercells, numerous tornado pics of that Andover, Kansas tornado. Yeah, that's a monster. It is. It's nasty. You hate to see it. I mean, this is a huge tornado right now on the ground that's heading right over Ivanpah as we speak. Yeah, there it is. It's really pronounced still. It's right over Ivanpah. It's taking direct hit right now. Okay, so they went ahead and extended this tornado warning at 9:30. This confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado was located 15 miles east of El Dorado, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This is again another PDS dangerous situation that you need to take shelter immediately. This is for East Central Butler County and South Central Kansas. Northwestern Greenwood County and southeastern Kansas. This is a very damaging tornadoes confirmed by numerous spotters. Very life-threatening tornadic supercell will remain over mainly over rural areas, but near East Central Butler and northwestern Greenwood counties, near the Rosalina area. Of this extremely large, damaging tornado that continues to be on the ground. It appears to be at least for 10 minutes or so now, doing a lot of damage in its path. Ooh, every frame just gets worse. That is nasty, guys. Wow. It's actually trying to tighten up. I mean, it's has no sign no signs of letting up. Yeah, in fact, that was at 9:25. Oh, they even did another one. This is another just to be on the safe side. They issued another you know, tornado warning down here further south just because it crossed over some of these counties, but the main tornado is further north into Ivanpah. Yeah, there's 3 tornado warnings right within this sector. Yeah, National Weather Service in Hastings, that's a fairly significant hailstone that fell out of there. 5 miles south of Holbrook. So we're continuing to watch this extremely large, damaging tornado, significant life-threatening situation unfolding right now into the Ivanpah area, coming out of Rosalina, and this is all heading towards Lapland. It'll eventually head towards the Hamilton area. This is an extremely dangerous situation unfolding as we speak. Life-threatening situation. Anybody in its path. Confirmed by spotters of a wedge tornado. Yeah, it's literally just to the north of 54 here, north of Eureka. Still really prevalent on the velocity of showing that circulation continues to remain on the ground. Yeah, looking like spotters. Looks to be a possible multi-vortex tornado as well. Yeah, I'm watching some of the live stream in between lightning strikes. Obviously rain wrapped, but either way, that's a nasty tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, there's 53,000 feet, guys. Yeah, so these echo tops are running at 53,000 feet. That is about the biggest we've seen of the night. When we saw that 4-inch hail earlier, it was at 52,000 feet. And this goes to show you this is why we have that extremely large damaging tornado on the ground. That is still really evident. And it shows no signs of letting up either. So we're continuing to watch this nasty PDS, dangerous, life-threatening situation unfolding right now. It's coming out of Rosalia through Ivanpah, heading towards Lapland. heading towards the city of Thrall. Still confirmed. Still pretty significant rotation with this one, as it doesn't look to let up here. Yeah, I'm just seeing numerous photos with that Andover tornado earlier. That's pretty significant, guys. Wow. I mean, this has no signs of letting up. I mean, you even have a notch on the south side now. Wow. This is nasty. This is Kansas. If we're zooming out, this is Wichita. There's El Dorado, Kansas. Augusta. It was Rosalia. It went right over the city of Rosalia, right over the city of Ivanpah. Now it's heading towards Lapland. I mean, it's been on the ground at least 15, 20 minutes. The only saving grace would be the line behind it is choking it from that gust front. I got to turn the fan off. I'll be back in a second. I was watching the significant tornado parameters earlier this afternoon, and the HRRR at one point maxed out around 39. That number is probably the highest I've ever seen. There was only 3 times that I know of since that model really came out. They've had some 30s, but every time we've had in the 30s there, uh, those 30s only 3 times have produced an EF3, EF4 tornado. And it did, in fact, hit 39 earlier at one point. And we saw the one in Andover earlier, and we're watching this one right now. So, um, this is every bit of an extremely large, damaging tornado unfolding as we speak. Yeah, so we're watching this area right here of that tornado moving across, moving out of Wichita, moving out of El Dorado. It's just south of Interstate 35. It's north of County Road 54 here. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be letting up either. But like, I mean, it is a little. It is a little being choked off on that south side though. For that would be the only thing that's maybe saving this thing right now from getting any bigger. Yeah, we're not getting much visuals on this one because it's dark, but the one in Andover happened during the daylight earlier. But we've got numerous people on this thing, and I was seeing a video with some of the lightning flashes. It was hard to tell. Uh, wow. Oh, the bots are growing crazy now. All right, let's zoom out. That looks to be the only confirmed tornado right now. All right, so now it's essentially over Lapland. It's remaining north of County Road 54. It's going to be over Hamilton shortly. It appears it'll be right near Thrall and eventually heading towards near Burkett and Hamilton. Burkett and Hamilton here. You're getting them. Yeah, you got your work cut out for you tonight, man. That was like I looked up and I'm like, man, there's like 10 or 12 of those things. Okay, so there was a tornado 2 miles north of Rose Hill United Methodist Church. Yeah, now what do the storm reports say? We continue to remain on this tornado here. It definitely appears as being choked off a little bit. That's our first sign of some weakening. If there's anything we can, yeah, it's definitely trying to weaken now. It looks like it's trying to be choked off here on the south side. So maybe it is trying to wind down here. All right, so it appears 14 now. So I'm up to there is up to 14 tornado reports now from tonight. Yeah, so this list continues to gain. Yeah, thank God it's weakening. It's definitely weakening for sure. That was a monster for a while. That's about the only thing on my Twitter feed right now is the tornado pictures. Man, there's a bunch of them tonight. Yeah, it looks like Reed Timmer was on that Andover, Kansas one. I mean, textbook. Perfect. I mean, wow. Yeah, so okay, so every frame now it continues to weaken. Yeah, this continues to weaken with every frame now. Yeah, in fact, the new issuance of this warning doesn't even have it as a confirmed tornado anymore. Uh, yeah, so it was moving, as 11 miles northwest of Eureka, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So they went ahead and had this, radar indicated tornado. Yeah, this may not even be a tornado any longer. It's definitely weakening for sure. Yeah, a postcard, man. That's textbook. I mean, Reed Timmer nailed it. I mean, you can't get a better shot than that. Yeah, just a perfect cone funnel. Well, I'll tell you what, that moderate risk, that 15% has every bit come to fruition. That was every bit warranted tonight. Okay, so it's gone. Yeah, this tornado is pretty much gone now. Yeah, you can see it's definitely bam, it's gone. All right, so we can say goodbye to that one. That looked like it was on the ground for, I mean, it was basically from Rosalia all the way to maybe here. I mean, I don't know how many miles that is, but that was easily on the ground for 15, 20 minutes in a rarely significant tornado. It's hard to ever guess on these things, especially I didn't get a visual, but based on what I was looking at. All right, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We can say goodbye to that tornado. All right, so this is okay, so it's starting to wind down in Wichita. So that's starting to wind down there. That continues to move east. And it's heading towards the Kansas City area now. This is why they expanded the coverage until 4 o'clock for the severe thunderstorm watch for Kansas. All right, so here's the expanded view. What we're looking at here. So this is getting to be a more of a squall line. This is why we have the 80-mile-per-hour potential wind gust as we head towards Kansas. So we're kind of making that transition. That might have been the peak of the evening, for say, of the tornado threat, as this is making the transition into more of a damaging wind threat. You can still have some isolated spin ups, and the hail threat has come down a little bit. So the wind threat has come up. Hail threats come down. Maybe the tornado threat has peaked and starting to come down now. Yeah, this is more of a more of a squall line that's forming. Yeah, and actually the tornado warnings have expired. So there's actually not even one tornado warning currently right now. So we're at 10 o'clock. The tornado watches do expire at 11. The new ones that are just now getting going, they're not tornado watches, they're severe thunderstorm watches. So we may have seen the peak. That may have been the last uh, big event for the evening. Luckily, that we've turned the corner on the severe threat. It appears, but don't let your guard down with the straight line winds. Those bow echoes, those straight line winds, 80-mile-per-hour, can do just as much damage as as an EF0 tornado. So into the overnight hours, it's probably going to be a bumpy ride if you're in Missouri. You're going to get awoken probably by a nasty squall line with the windows rattling as this is really starting to. I mean, it's already actually starting to be a little bit more pronounced as this is starting to bow out here. The further this pushes east, the further this is able to bow out, the more intense the winds will be, basically. Yeah, so I'm looking at some storm reports. We've had numerous 1.5s, 2.5s, 2.75s, 2.75s hail reports. Yeah, so we looked at the high resolution guidance earlier. It had some of this activity building south into Bartersville, building into Tulsa. It really never really made it in Oklahoma City. But I think for the most part, from what we're seeing, we could have some isolated spin ups. But I think that was it. That was the peak of the tornado threat. We went through a solid 5 hours of a lot of warnings, a lot of observed tornadoes. The tornado warnings have expired. And typically, from what I'm looking at right now on radar, from what we're seeing, Yeah, you never can rule out, tornado warnings along the leading edge, but those are typically very smaller variety. These are maybe quick spin ups, but mainly it's going to be a damaging wind threat for the rest of the evening. You still could get some larger hail because we're still getting some of that. We're still seeing some of these cells dropping some 1 inch to 1.5 inch hail. There's some 1.75s mixed in. So remember, the atmosphere is still capable of 2 inch. It's still 2 inches. Yeah, I plan on going live again Sunday. So, hey, starting to see that outflow boundary leading to a cap break in northern Oklahoma. Where that, yeah, well, that was the first sign. I'm seeing that too because we watched every frame and nothing south of Wichita until the last 10 minutes here. They might have pulled the plug too soon with that tornado watch. Yeah, so we're watching this nasty squall line moving across, moving into Kansas, heading into Des Moines into the overnight hours. You can see along the leading edge, quarter size hail, pockets of quarter size hail, just mixed in. Moderate rains, higher wind gust into Iowa. Nothing terribly to be too concerned about. The only unknown right now for the overnight is going to be this new area further south. If this in the next 10 minutes or so, if this is able to get its act together and does in fact break the cap, this is all like untapped atmosphere, right? I mean, no, none of this has been touched this evening, so this is pretty prime atmosphere if this is able to break the cap here. Yeah, so that was pretty intense tonight with all those tornado warnings happening. We've seen a lot of activity. I mean, it's just all over Twitter. Yeah, even Reed Timmer says as textbook as it gets. That's about as yeah. Yeah, right positioning, right time, right tornado. Like Weather to Go said, it almost looked like a postcard. I mean, it's exactly what you would see on a postcard. Yeah, textbook tornado. Hmm. Yeah, so coming into this evening, I was planning on going live to 11 because that's when the tornado watch is expired. But now I'm kind of curious if this activity here, this is my this is definitely getting more pronounced here. Starting to see more yellows trying to form here on the south side. Yeah, so this area right here is this is the outflow boundary. This is, this is back building. This is the first signs we've seen it be a little bit more pronounced. I mean, it's catching further south every frame. This may be the beginnings of the cap trying to break in Oklahoma. I mean, if this cap is able to break, it's these storms could be pretty nasty. Um, yeah, so the last tornado warning was allowed to expire at 10 o'clock, and we haven't had one since. It was mainly when that large tornado was choked off on the south side and that went away. The tornado threat has basically been non-existent since. All right. So the good thing is, if you live in Hayes, if you live in Salina, Hutchinson, Hastings, these are areas that got to hit hard earlier. Lexington, you're pretty much done for the evening. So the only difference is, when this wraparound surface low, you are going to get a little bit more activity in the morning hours, but it's not going to be severe. So you'll have about a 6 or 8 hour break. But as this wraps around on the backside, you'll get more activity, in this area, towards morning. It will reach Oklahoma City as I'm looking at the storm vectors, elevated instability. I favor damaging winds, large hail with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and golf ball size hail. Yeah, let's look at the latest. All right, so there's midnight. And this is just a model run. That's about the same as it was showing earlier. But that's been a pretty pronounced break there. It only goes out so far. Shout out to Pal. You're amazing. Thanks, buddy. Always appreciate you watching the live feeds. Yeah, that just hadn't been updated very often. All right, so we're starting to see a lot more yellows here. But if anything, this is going to be into the late evening hours. Right. Yeah, so the good thing is I think that, for the most part, the tornado threat, at least the nasty stuff, is pretty much done for the evening. You could still get one or two tornado warnings along the leading edge, but overall, the really bad stuff has basically subsided. Now we're just watching this nasty squall line, still pretty significant with 80-mile-per-hour winds, up to 80-mile-per-hour winds along the leading edge. Some higher hailstones, potentially up to 2 inches, and then those isolated spin ups, you can't be ruled out. But this is transferring into a wind threat into the overnight hours. And I would imagine the tornado watches are in fact going to expire at 11, if not earlier. They could basically probably expire now. But yeah, we made it through the bulk. I got on at 5. We've been on for about 5 hours now. We went through the entire duration. I mean, literally, we timed it perfectly. As soon as I logged on, we had a confirmed tornado, actually, in about 45 seconds after I went live. And then we were watching that PDS a tornado watch warning for about 20 minutes. That extremely large, damaging tornado that was on the ground by the Rosalina area in Kansas. And as soon as that was able to wind itself down, and that was it. That was basically the peak of the night. But ever since then, we have not seen any tornadic stuff. And what we're seeing on radar is, it doesn't look like all this is together now. There's nothing discrete about this stuff. So now we're transferring to more of a damaging wind threat. I'm getting ready to look over the guidance for my analysis later here. It's starting at 10:30. Hey, weather to go. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to be up late. But I was up early. So since the tornado threat has rapidly subsided, and I don't really foresee it being any active for the rest of the night, could still see some large hail. The only unknown factor is what's going to happen along that boundary on the south side going into the overnight hours in Oklahoma City. But it definitely appears a squall line. We could be getting some larger hail with this one. But yeah, that's the unknown factor for the evening, is what's going to come out of this player. It looks like it does possibly reach the Oklahoma City area, but further south, that's going to be very difficult as it runs into that capit inversion. All right, guys, I'm going to do my best to get a video done in the morning. I got a soccer game. My son has a soccer game at 9, so that means I got to be there at 8:30. That means I got to leave the house at 8. All right, guys. Hey, I appreciate y'all watching this evening, staying with me for the storm coverage. Hope I was able to help out. So I plan on hopefully waking up early, doing a video. And but my goal is for live coverage, I'll be back Sunday night with that big storm threat. It appears some pretty nasty supercells setting up over West Texas for Sunday night. I see every bit of an enhanced risk there. And then I'll probably be going live again on Monday night as well for that threat over North Texas. That could also be an enhanced risk. And beyond that, the sky's the limit. I mean, it looks to be extremely active, just like wave after wave after wave of storm threats, really, for the first easily 10 days of May, if not beyond. So we're just going to go through a very active time for the next 2 weeks for sure. So we'll do our best to keep you ahead of the storm, as it just looks extremely active. So, all right, guys, y'all be safe. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for the moderators to help me out in the live feed tonight. Y'all be safe in the overnight hours. All right. Good night, y'all.